Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by Jiao Chao Emo Chapter 451-475. Detective tracks the High Lord. The Cardinal Prime, Administrative District 105's transportation substation, near the capital city, was suddenly declared obsolete and abandoned 3 days ago due to inefficiency, according to a report from the traffic consul. However, after Arsena Dunn reviewed all transportation reports, he found that there was nothing wrong with this transportation substation. In fact, due to the heavy workload and sleepless nights after the appearance of the Order Shadows, there was a surge in demand for supplies such as office supplies and coffee, leading to a sharp increase in transportation volume. This bizarre situation caught his attention. It was clear that some force had intervened, and Arsena's guess was that it was related to the High Lord. The administrative caste is one of the high castes, and not many things can cause abnormal situations. Considering that 3 days had passed and others might not have found anything, Arsena decided to go in person. He brought the student of ratiocination, Fulilin, and used his psychic abilities to observe along the way, avoiding law enforcement, and arrived at the transportation substation. About a kilometer from their destination, Arsena saw that the entire transportation substation was enclosed by a fence, with no guards around. Arsena paused for a moment, entered detective mode, and a flash of understanding crossed his narrow blue eyes. Open black lens bracket. The person who handled this incident seems very confident, having erased all traces and not even leaving guards. A greater possibility is that the uprising initiated by Maria has led to a shortage of manpower, at least not enough to be allocated to covering up this secret. Moreover, most Gadinal people would not disobey orders. Close black lens bracket. Arsena did not give up. He knew that as a detective, it was important to investigate in person. After being promoted to detective, his mobility was stronger than before, and his subconscious always had a desire to leave the office and be more active on the front lines. This time, the Black Emperor entrusted him with the task of hunting down the High Lord, and he would certainly not betray the Black Emperor's trust. Arsena stepped forward with Fulilin, walking up to the locked fence. His telekinesis spread out, like a large hand gripping the fence. With a slight rubbing sound, the 3-meter-wide fence was torn from its supports and fell silently to the ground. Arsena stepped inside, his gaze searching around. The 10-meter-wide road was flat and clean. The detective slowly walked forward, and after dozens of steps, his spiritual sense was touched. He suddenly stopped, squatted down, and placed his hand on the ground, feeling the uneven surface. There are traces of battle here. Energy weapons were used. The detective stood up and continued to search around. He stopped again 12 meters away. Arsena's telekinesis spread, the ground shattered, and a golden emblem buried underground flew out, landing in his hand. Fulilin leaned over, looking at the white elk pattern on the emblem. Having only recently become a true reader, he immediately recalled all the information he had read. It's Matisse's emblem. This caste is the administrative caste of Gadinal. They separated from the Brennan caste 2,500 years ago, spanning over 100 generations. Most Matisses in each generation serve as administrators in Gadinal. Having just been promoted to student of ratiocination, he reasoned based on the clues found so far. This place is near the administrative district and was not affected by the uprising, so it should be a conflict between Matisse and another high caste. The detective nodded. So, why did they conflict? That's crucial. The detective continued to walk, searching the surroundings, and he found the Alfie caste's emblem, as well as other traces of battle. A moment later, the detective gathered all the items in front of him. He ran his hand over each item, using his Beyander ability to reconstruct a scene. The detective's narrow eyes flashed. A luxury car drove by and was suddenly attacked. The Matisse caste was attacked by the Alfie caste. What do you think is the reason? The student of ratiocination was silent for a moment before speaking. Lord Arsena, I have a bold hypothesis. Lord Ning Lu said before that those who inherit the High Lords will consider it an honor. As Arsena's confidant, Fulilin attended the meeting and received core intelligence on Gadinal. After becoming a High Lord, they will also bring benefits to their caste, breaking through and elevating its status within the caste. And this would not be possible before the appearance of a High Lord. Every caste in Gadinal has been fixed since its birth, only a High Lord can change it. After stating his points clearly, the student of ratiocination finally said, I suspect that someone from the Matisse caste has been chosen to be the High Lord, or at least one of the candidates. The Alfie caste also has a candidate, and he launched this attack in order to become the High Lord. The detective nodded slightly. Your deduction is correct. Immediately check all individuals from the Matisse caste and the Alfie caste, aged 10 to 25. Although Gadinal's biochemical technology can improve the body, and the powerful can use life extension technology, he guessed that the High Lord would choose a young body. After all, transferring bodies is not easy each time. A young body is better and should last longer. Yes, my lord, I will find that High Lord, Fulilin replied. At the same time, in the biochemical experimental zone, Malina Scala waved to a group of rats she found in the low-caste residential area, about a kilometer from the experimental building. The biologist threw out dozens of seeds, and the gray-brown furballs of rats immediately moved, raising their paws. Each of their paws held 1 or 2 seeds of varying sizes. At the same time, a team of warriors with painted faces and black bulletproof armor, leading hundreds of Gadinal low-caste individuals, launched an attack on the laboratory. The guard captain opened the loudspeaker and shouted, You lowly slaves, the laboratory is a place for the noble. You lowly slaves, leave immediately. The guard captain noticed that the low-caste individuals did not flee in panic like rats as they had in the past. Instead, they shouted and launched an attack. Fire! Kill these lowly slaves! The guards raised their guns and fired dense beams of light at the bald low-caste individuals. The Katachan warrior captain raised a laser gun manufactured by Incalidian and precisely blew up the guard captain's head. He shouted to the demolition expert, Action! The captain gave the order. Katachan warriors usually do not directly launch attacks, they use infiltration to seize this laboratory. But the order he received was to launch an attack, create a crack in the experimental building, and then feign a retreat. The captain didn't know why this was necessary, but that was the order he received. 3 demolition experts raised their missile launchers. 3 missiles trailing white mist slammed into the experimental building. The marauders yelled Pattern Lord Hunter Sweets. Malina Scala saw the Katachan warriors launch missiles as planned, creating a breach in the biochemical laboratory, then turned to the rats she controlled. The biologist raised her hand and pointed towards the laboratory building, and the rats scurried towards the structure with all 4 legs. The laboratory building was 130 meters tall and 15 meters wide, protected by 4 defensive towers inside and out. It was riddled with firing ports, and sparkling gun mounts poured ammunition onto the Katachan warriors. The breach blasted by the missile on the adamantine alloy armored concrete iron building was only the size of a fist, too small for an ordinary person to squeeze through no matter how hard they tried, but it was enough for the controlled rats. They burrowed into the laboratory, climbed into the ventilation ducts, dropped the seeds they held, and then ran to other places. The vine seeds from Katachan stubbornly began to grow. Although not as rapid as on their home planet, their growth rate was still visible to the naked eye. While the guards, with the cooperation of the turrets, repelled the Katachan warriors, the biologist released a second batch of pets, various venomous snakes from Katachan. Swamp mambas soared into the air, being the first to leap into the laboratory building. They landed on the guards, their sharp fangs piercing through bulletproof armor, injecting venom into the guards' bodies. The guards' bodies trembled violently, and dark green blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. After 29 heartbeats, the guards stopped twitching. In Malena's hazel eyes, seeing the outer guards fall one by one, it was time to launch the assault. She needed to launch a lightning offensive, to seize the entire laboratory before the guards realized they couldn't hold out and activated the self-destruct sequence. Maria opened her communicator and issued orders to the Katachan Banshees. Attack! The Katachan Banshees had expanded from 2 regiments when they were experimentally formed to 5 regiments. This time, Malina brought 4 of them. Wearing banshee masks and with red hair, the banshees charged from 4 directions. They all tilted their heads back and let out sharp screams. Amplified by their masks, swirling invisible screams echoed through the turrets. The Katachan banshees seized the opportunity to swiftly break through the line of fire. The leading demolitionists pulled out Terava pattern melta bombs and rapidly set them to detonate in 3 seconds. They accelerated out of the formation and slapped the melta bombs onto the outer wall of the adamantine alloy building. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions roared, and the outer wall collapsed. Malina was the first to rush into the laboratory. Where she walked, the plants spreading in the passage grew rapidly, instantly covering the entire first floor. As the plants grew swiftly, the entire laboratory looked as if it had been abandoned and then overgrown. At the exact moment Malina attacked the Papcast's biochemical laboratory, Tierney, accompanied by several marauders, also initiated action against an ancient building over 5,000 years old. When choosing their suites, Tierney and Maria Kurnikova faced the same choice. Unlike the assassin's choice, he chose the Yeld pattern Lord Hunter suite as the basis for the marauders. The artisan Rosicki Czech designed the Yeld pattern specifically to meet Tierney's requirements. Originally, the Yeld pattern's mimetic camouflage ability, which concealed the wearer's whereabouts, only activated when the wearer was stationary. The artisan incorporated the material of an Eldar chameleon cloak into the Lord Hunter suite's already light yet tough metallic composite material. He connected the entire suite by embedding warp circuits from the space dwarf Grimnir Sage at key nodes. Tierney and the marauders pressed the crystals on their waists. As runes lit up one by one, the warp circuits activated the mimetic array, allowing them to remain in stealth even while walking slowly. Tierney led the marauders as they stealthily approached the mechanical guards. Their electronic eyes scanned their surroundings, just as they had for the past 5,000 years. Tierney and the others slowed their pace to prevent triggering any signals that could be detected by the sensor array. They did not fear attacks from the mechanical sentinels. The conductive microfilaments connected to their neural cortex could activate in sync with their consciousness, deflecting enemy attacks. Tierney was the first to slip sideways between 2 mechanical sentinels, and the metallic construct showed no reaction. The marauders followed suit, arriving at the base of the metal tower. The metal tower was tens of meters tall, with a circular base several meters in diameter. The cryptologist silently walked around the body of the tower, his eyes examining the runes that were distinctly different from those of Vostronia and the Imperium of Man. The cryptologist, combining the Guardianal runes sent by Arsena Dun, rapidly analyzed the runes before him. After circling once, he arrived before a rune. During his circuit, the cryptologist observed that the runes on the entire ground floor of the tower contained elements from 1 to 11. Among them were 1 sun, 4 claws, 11 stars. The cryptologist thought that when this building was constructed, the Guardianal people did not control 11 planets. Their initial colonization was on the 3rd planet, the Cardinal Prime. He then walked to the position corresponding to 3. This was a rune composed of 2 patterns, a 3-footed shape, with 1 above and 2 below, enmeshed in intricate rings. Tierney raised his hand and pressed it. With a rumbling vibration, the gray door slowly opened. The marauders filed in. Tierney was the last to enter, casually pressing the rune inside to close the door. Disperse and search. Tierney glanced at the giant gray statue on the ground floor and issued orders through his sealed communicator. In the stealth of their Yeld pattern Lord Hunter suites, the marauders bypassed the towering dreadnought-like mechanical guards and began their search. One marauder ascended to the 4th floor. He removed his gauntlet, extended his hand of agility to caress the wall, and suddenly his finger recoiled. He lightly tapped his finger, and a secret door opened. The marauder stepped into the secret room, his gaze sweeping over numerous art statues, hundreds of them. Exceptional observation allowed him to identify the most precious one in the secret room, a lifelike statue of a figure in gray armor, holding a longsword aloft. When the timer on Tierney's black armor completed 2 cycles, all the marauders reported their discoveries one by one. They found artworks from different periods, but no trace related to the High Lord. The cryptologist spent an hour reviewing the peculiarities reported by the marauders. He found 2 new secret rooms, but still no information related to the High Lord. The cryptologist frowned, thinking to himself, "Open black lens bracket, is this tower merely a repository for historical artworks documenting the development of the Cardinal people? Does such a place require so many mechanical guards? Why, with the current chaos in the capital and other fortresses and strongholds unable to send forces to the capital in time, are these mechanical guards not deployed?" Close black lens bracket. The cryptologist's gaze swept around, his eyes falling to his feet, and a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Open black lens bracket. Nothing in the tower, what about underground? Close black lens bracket. Tierney stealthily reached the ground floor, bypassed a mechanical guard wielding a large axe, and climbed onto a giant statue made of granite. Behind the statue, the cryptologist discovered an 11-star pattern arranged horizontally. He raised his hand and pressed on the 3rd planet. A beeping sound echoed overhead, and amidst the whirring of machinery, the depths of a black muzzle appeared. With a thought, the cryptologist activated hundreds of independent metal plates connected to an articulated frame via microfilament bundles, causing them to rotate. The wings carried Tierney gliding backward through the air, and dazzling particle beams shot onto the ground, creating dense pockmarks. Tierney's expression remained unchanged. As a marauder who had infiltrated countless defensive facilities, he had already realized that if those particle weapons had hit him, even if his suite could deflect most of the beams, the remainder would be enough to kill him. Even the Black Emperor's Order Shadow's power armor would be penetrated. Tierney heard heavy footsteps and quickly recovered from his shock. He knew he had alerted the mechanical guards, and more would arrive soon. Hold him. The marauders spread their wings and flew towards the axe-wielding mechanical guard from all directions. Multi-barreled laser emitters unleashed a dense barrage of laser beams, striking the gray metallic body. The lasers hit the adamantine alloy armor, turning the gray armor black, but the mechanical guard did not stop. Red light flashed in his electronic eyes, and he lifted his great axe. The locked-on marauder frantically flapped his wings and flew up, attracting the mechanical guard's attention. Another marauder seized the opportunity to fly behind the mechanical guard to its neck, and the sharp wings of the yelled pattern Lord Hunter suite rapidly closed. The metal wings could not only fly but also attack. A flash of black light, and dozens of metal plates at the tips of the wings pierced into the mechanical guard's head, eyes, cheeks, and shoulders. As the wings spread, the mechanical guard's head was torn apart. At the same time, the cryptologist rapidly tapped on the 3rd and 11th planets. Open black lens bracket 3 for the beginning, where the Cardinal people started. 11 for the end, their goal was to occupy all 11 planets. Close black lens bracket. The entire rune array on the granite statue lit up, revealing a passage amidst vibrations. Tierney was the first to leap down. The marauders spun and danced, avoiding the barrage from the mechanical guards, and flew downwards. After flying for tens of kilometers along the narrow passage, the cryptologist suddenly found the space open up, revealing an endless platform. Above the platform was a metallic wreckage, the visible part of which was comparable in size to a frigate. The cryptologist controlled his wings to slow down, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket, is it the wreckage of a ship? The ship the early Cardinal colonists took to get here. So, the art museum was built on top of it. The High Lord has been using consciousness matrix technology to prolong life from the very beginning. It might be something they brought to Cardinal. Perhaps it will be inside the colonization spaceship. Close black lens bracket. A completely different decision from Ferrus Manus. On the 41st day of the truce, Arsenadun had already moved over a dozen operational bases. As more and more warrior castes were transferred into the Legion, his operational space became smaller and smaller. One major resource the High Lords possessed was manpower, which the Black Emperor had emphasized before the war. However, he had already achieved the desired outcome. After Tierney infiltrated the colonial ship, he provided him with data on the consciousness matrix. After Malina Scala seized the Papcast's laboratory, before it was recaptured, she transmitted genetic data for creating castes. Combining the data collected from the low caste uprising led by Maria Scala, he led the student of ratiocination to search and analyze all the data. After several targeted search operations, the detective finally reached a conclusion. In addition to Strachan, who overtly led all of Gardinal's military forces, there were also 5 High Lords secretly operating. Arsena quickly reviewed the key nodes throughout the process, knowing that any error would negatively impact the subsequent entire operation, even causing huge losses. Moments later, he took a deep breath, opened the communication channel, and reported to the Black Emperor. On the Worthy Shadow, after Ning Lu listened to the original body servant's report, he revised the planned decisive battle strategy in his mind and issued orders. I will order the Legion to launch a military operation and personally deal with Strachan. Since all High Lords had been located, Ning Lu no longer waited for Strachan to attempt an assassination, he decided to take the initiative. Ferrus Manus at that time sought to prove that he could, like Horace Lupercal, Sanguinius, and Robert Guilliman, employ appropriate diplomatic means to bring lost human colonies into the Imperium, rather than always resorting to his much criticized brutal methods. This would prove him suitable for the role of War Master. It wasn't until he was assassinated, over a dozen of his guards were blown up, and Amadeus Decane and Gabriel Santo had their limbs blown off, that he mercilessly ordered the cleansing of the Cardinal Prime. Ning Lu already knew that the Gardinal people would not easily yield, so he naturally wouldn't waste time waiting for negotiation results. Strachan, through mechanical modifications, possessed terrifying firepower, and his long life of 3,600 years gave him rich combat experience. Ning Lu decided to personally deal with Gardinal's strongest individual. My Lord of Light will attack the main planet's biological recycling center and kill Brandon. The remaining 4 High Lords are up to you. If possible, use the Osiris mind control staff to control at least 1 High Lord. Killing all the High Lords would leave Gardinal leaderless and cause it to fall quickly. Controlling the remaining High Lord would allow his prestige to be leveraged, enabling the rapid integration of hundreds of billions of people after the war. Aside from Terra and Necromunda, which he controlled, none of the current worlds of the Imperium possessed such a vast amount of human resources. Arsena was thrilled to hear the Black Emperor's trust in him, and he said excitedly, "My lord, I will surely live up to your expectations." After Ning Lu hung up the communication, he switched channels and sent a message to the Chief Forgemaster. "Have you cracked the Star Ring's weapon system?" Unlike Manus, who only captured the orbital elevator for rapid troop deployment, Ning Lu seized all the space stations of the Star Ring. Besides the Star Ring technology, it was also because he knew about the High Lord's ultimate self-destruct weapon. As long as they unanimously agreed, they could activate the weapon system that had been dormant for 1600 years. In Ning Lu's memory, the Star Ring's weapon system was activated and aimed at Manus. Finally, the second company commander of the Emperor's Children, Akul Duna, who was considered the strongest Astartes at the time, broke into the control tower and sacrificed his life to detonate it, preventing the Star Ring weapon from attacking Manus. Roziki Chek's voice sounded, "My lord, I have controlled the orbital platform's weapon system. After I reset the control core, I revoked the surface control tower's permissions. Now it is ours." Excellent. Ning Lu had no more concerns. Even if Arsena hadn't located all High Lords, he could swiftly capture the Cardinal Prime. He then switched communication channels and sent a message to Pelkasielny. "Tell Gardinal's diplomatic consul that Gardinal must surrender unconditionally. He only has 1 hour left." Ning Lu then issued orders for battle preparations. An hour later, as expected, a refusal was received from the Gardinal side. With the battle order issued, the 4 battle groups of the Order Shadows launched an attack on the Cardinal Prime. The orbital ring of the Cardinal Prime was full of debris, with mineral residues extracted from satellites and corrosive waste densely scattered throughout. 5 millennia of technological development had transformed it into a nascent ring system, aligned with the planet's magnetic field and rotation. The entire orbital debris field was permeated with radiation. The 33rd Expedition Fleet's Auspex detected it, and this was confirmed after controlling the star ring Thinker. The radiation came from trace remnants when nuclear devices were used 1600 years ago to blast open the long-damaged satellites of the planet. Now, the low-orbit platforms scattered throughout began to slowly rotate. The launch doors opened, and radiation levels began to soar as the firing devices, dormant in space for 1600 years, awakened. Attitude flywheels spun, and every weapon platform adjusted its direction, aiming at the same target. Devastating particle weapons spewed countless beams of light, piercing the brass-colored atmosphere and landing on the marked fortresses. Red ripples spread in circles across the military fortress areas. As the Guardianal people were astonished that their orbital defense platforms had turned to attack them, the Ramirez-class Starfort and the Order Shadows fleet also joined the bombardment. The bombing targets were clear, avoiding industrial and residential areas, focusing on military strongholds. 15 hours after the orbital bombardment, Ning Lu ordered the bombardment to end. Unlike Manus, who, to annihilate the Guardianal main force, primarily light infantry, used forbidden weapons to indiscriminately kill more than half of the hundreds of billions of people in the Cardinal Prime and countless auxiliary army on the surface before launching a full-scale attack, he launched a decisive battle at this moment. The third battle group's drop pods slammed into the granite-like claws, and the black hatch doors opened with the impact. First Company Captain Alexander had just stepped onto the surface when he saw an endless expanse of Guardianal people in gray armor, shouting and charging towards him. Even with orbital bombardment, the place we air-dropped, chosen to avoid anti-aircraft guns and away from military fortresses, still has so many Guardianal people. The industrial scale of the Cardinal Prime must even exceed some Forge worlds to arm so many people. After an internal sigh, Alexander loudly gave the order, "Clear the landing zone for gunship landing. Our Iron Warriors will make the Guardianal people face reality." Royal Court Monk, Coordination. Alexander commanded his first company. After repelling 2 waves of attacks, he ordered the guard to advance, expanding the landing zone. The sky above the Cardinal Prime was stained a metallic rust red by the bombardment, and the black combat boots of the Order Shadows trod upon the scorching concrete. The foundation below was extremely solid, the result of thousands of years of construction by the Guardianal people. From within the concrete tower, a few cannons that survived the orbital strike stubbornly fired at the sky. "Breaching team," Alexander roared, and 10 members of the guard, clad in Mark III power armor, strode out from the ranks, splitting into 5 groups as they ran. The Order Shadows unleashed a dense barrage of bullets at the enemy, suppressing the defenders' firepower. Bolter shells roared, and adamantine alloy-tipped rounds struck against the adamantine alloy, failing to penetrate the solid defenses. 5 apprentices placed their hands on the concrete tower, which was wrapped in adamantine alloy, and opened an ethereal door. With the first phase of the Legion's development complete, and every squad having a Royal Court Monk, the Legion began its second phase. Royal Court Monk, granted different abilities by the Gene Father, formed new squads through various combinations. The breaching team was a tactical squad specifically for situations like the current one, where an unbreachable fortress was encountered. The other guard member in each group rushed into the restricted area through the opened ethereal door. Warriors and hunters wielded power swords, while sleepless and arbiters activated their power fists. The warrior castes watched in astonishment as the black armor warriors broke into the gun emplacements. They were instantly stunned. The gun emplacements had not been damaged in the previous attack. Suddenly, a crack appeared silently, and the enemy burst in. This incomprehensible scene shocked their numb minds. They shrieked, looking at the black armor warriors in terror, as if they were monsters that had appeared out of nowhere. The Order Shadows swiftly launched a charge, their shimmering disintegration fields tearing apart the gray armor along with the flesh beneath. A light, echoing voice caused the minds of those who heard the chant to momentarily waver, and the captain of the breaching team, Midnight Poet, fired bolter rounds at the enemies whose eyelids were growing heavy. After seizing the defensive gun emplacements, Alexander opened his comms and gave the order to land. Before the first company's armored forces landed, Alexander first spotted the enemy armored company rolling towards them. Inspirational slogans adorned the massive tanks, their cannons rotating to aim in his direction. Behind the steel war machines, colossal super-heavy three-legged walkers approached slowly, their footsteps heavy. On the flanks of the armored formation were the warrior castes, which the Guardianal people would never lack, an endless procession, numbering over 100,000. After ordering the armored units to accelerate their landing, Alexander opened a comms channel and sent a request for engagement to the Voidwalker Titan Legion. "I didn't expect to call for reinforcements so soon." The Guardianal people's tank forces were not the reason Alexander called for reinforcements. Although the Black Emperor had told them in the pre-battle briefing that the Guardianal people's tanks were built to the same standards as the Rhino and Predator, Alexander's company had comparable armored strength. The reason he had to call for reinforcements was that the Black Emperor had told them that the Guardianal people's walking mechs could rival a Titan. Apart from the Tiger Eye Titan Legion, which was conscripted for the battle, the Voidwalker had always been dispersed into several teams, cooperating with the 3rd, 6th, 8th, and 11th battle groups centered in the Obscurus sector. Compared to other Titan legions, the Voidwalker reacted more swiftly and arrived on the battlefield faster. Alexander immediately ordered the construction of defenses. Before the armored units landed, he had to hold back the Guardianal people's attack. The newly seized defensive gun emplacements became a powerful tool for defense. The defensive gun emplacements turned, firing a dense barrage of bullets at the gray heavy tanks. Alexander marked the enemy tanks in the front row on his divining box, and under guidance, the gun emplacements laser-fire directed dense beams at the targets. Boom boom boom. Amidst the explosions, 5 tanks ignited with black smoke, their metal wreckage sprawled on the concrete ground. The second gray tank advancing collided with the wreckage burning with black smoke, its speed instantly dropping. As Alexander executed precise targeted kills, the speed of the Guardianal tank vehicles slowed down. Alexander saw the gray tanks gathering together and immediately marked a bombardment rune at the center, then he swiftly marked dozens of other enemy gathering points. Nightmare, bombard the marked locations. The first company captain's flagship, the Relic-class battleship in orbit, with its Punishment-class reactor, its replaced power heart, operating, aimed its lights and macro cannons at the ground. 5 savants swiftly completed calculations, locking onto the surface targets. Lances of light pierced the rust-colored clouds, striking the center of the Guardianal tank formation. In the dazzling light, the gray vehicles were torn apart, their drivers instantly vaporized. Alexander saw that shells rained down on the Guardianal ranks, and the entire area was immediately cleared of most enemies, with not a single shell affecting the defensive zone. The Guardianal military vice-consul saw his subordinates thrown into chaos by the enemy's orbital strike and shouted loudly over the communication network. "Reorganize your forces. They have fewer than 100 men, and we still have tens of thousands. Victory belongs to Guardianal." For the High Lord, the shackles deeply ingrained in generations of evolution allowed the chaotic warrior castes to quickly calm their fear, form ranks, and launch an attack on the defensive gun emplacements. Alexander saw the gray heavy tanks roar in unison, firing a dense barrage of bullets at the defensive gun emplacements. Although he called for orbital coordination, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy, the Guardianal people still had nearly 200 armored vehicles. Alexander checked the communication channel, the landing report calculated by the mimic chamber. Open black lens bracket. First batch of landing troops, 30 Vostonia-class Rhinos, 10 Gabriel Predators, estimated remaining standard time 2 minutes 13 seconds. Fourth batch of landing troops, 100 Vostonia-class Rhinos, 30 Gabriel Predators, estimated remaining time 1 hour 5 minutes 14 seconds. Close black lens bracket. Alexander completely trusted the estimated landing times in the report. The application of the mimic chamber allowed the Legion to deploy more flexibly. For landings, it would adjust the boarding and takeoff sequence to allow for rapid adjustments. Precise scheduling could be accurate to the 10-second level, allowing Alexander to base his defensive deployments on minutes. The foremost defensive gun emplacement fired dense beams from its defensive cannons without pause, destroying 4 Guardianal tanks at the cost of overheating and becoming abandoned in 1 minute. After the hunter laid the melta bombs, the apprentice opened the door, and the Order shadows quickly retreated. The enemy's retreat greatly boosted the military vice-consul's confidence. He loudly gave the command, "Advance." As the apprentice opened the door on the second defensive gun emplacement, the hunter detonated the bombs. The melta bombs ignited the gun emplacement's energy core, and a dazzling light shot into the sky, with flames carrying adamantine alloy and smashing outwards. Dozens of fireballs struck the rapidly approaching tanks. Adamantine alloy mixed with concrete blocks, like meteors, slammed into the gray tank bodies. As the second defensive gun emplacement was abandoned, black gunships and landing craft pierced the rust-colored clouds, slowly descending. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The same rhino, but I have a weave shield. The Stormbird spewed out its cargo, Gabriel Predators. 5 Gabriel Predators on each flank spread out their formation, their main turrets twin assault cannons roaring in anger. The Gabriel Predators crashed into the tide of the warrior caste. Its tracks squealed, tearing apart the bodies of the Guardianal warriors. As he continuously turned sideways, leaving a crimson paste in his wake, the heavy bolt guns on his broadside spewed a rain of death further afield. The Gabriel Predator, like a grinding mill, crushed the surging warrior caste. Alexander turned his gaze to the tank engagement battlefield. This was the first time a rhino had fought enemy tanks based on the same STC. 30 Black Vostonia-class rhinos attacked an enemy force several times their number, but First Company Captain had faith in his warriors. His company's rhinos all used the Space Dwarf's weave shield technology. By weaving the energy from the combined use of refractors and conversion fields, and interspersing special energies such as magnetic pulses within, a multi-band shield can be generated and then condensed to form an energy cloak. Weave shields can be installed not only on personal armor but also on war engines and even large domes. The rhinos flanked the Guardianal's armored forces from both sides, and their storm bolt guns simultaneously opened fire on the unsuspecting enemy. A dozen gray rhinos burst into flames, and the Guardianal people were astonished to find that their scanning arrays were completely unresponsive, allowing the enemy to outflank their vulnerable sides. The military vice-consul quickly shouted, "Turn around, face outwards, find those damned black tanks." The gray rhinos frantically turned direction in confusion, aiming at both sides. Immediately, they discovered in horror that neither direct visual observation nor sensors detected anything. "Ghosts!" a driver shouted in terror over the communication network. "What ghosts? It's just an enemy trick," the military vice-consul roared angrily. "Fire!" The gray rhinos blindly and frantically fired a dense barrage in all directions, but the Order shadows had already maneuvered to their flanks and rear before the enemy detected them, launching another fire assault. The gray rhinos spun around several times in confusion before capturing the signal exposed by the enemy's firing. The Guardianal's rhinos hit the Order shadows' rhinos for the first time, by which point their numbers were already only twice that of the enemy. The second wave of landing armored firepower committed, completely destroying the Guardianal's armored firepower. The military vice-consul watched in horror as the signals of his armored formation rapidly disappeared on the screen, and the infantry were also routed by the coordinated efforts of the enemy tanks and the Order shadows, so he quickly shouted to the driver, "Retreat! Fall back to the walking mech formation." He, who had an overwhelming advantage not long ago, never expected the tables to turn so quickly. The driver quickly pulled the control lever, and the gray rhino command vehicle rapidly reversed, retreating towards the accelerating group of walking mechs. Alexander did not pursue, ordering an accelerated cleanup, while also reviewing the report from the Voidwalker Titan Legion, who would arrive in 5 minutes. 2 minutes later, the first three-legged walking mech fired an energy beam at the Order shadows. A silver light shot onto a roaring defensive tower, splashing incandescent sparks. The particle beam penetrated the adamantine alloy, exploding within the concrete tower. In the silver light, several Order shadows burned in the flames. Alexander immediately shouted, "Abandon the remaining 2 defensive towers." He strode towards a Vostonia-class Rhino marked by the divination box, opening door. After entering the Rhino, the weave shield quickly concealed the black vehicle under an energy cloak. The Rhino stealthily sped towards the walking mech, approaching it. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst continuous explosions, the walking mech's particle weapons destroyed 2 more defensive towers. The Vostonia-class Rhino sped along, approaching the walking mech like a black shadow. Nightmare Alexander's eyes were deep as he closed them. As tall as a Warhound Titan, but even more massive, the gray walking mech rotated its body amidst the creaking of hydraulics and the screeching of rubber belts. His 3 legs crushed the concrete road into rubble. He was searching for the black armored vehicles, but the Order Shadow's vehicles remained unexposed under the weave shield's concealment. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, with only the pistons and poorly lubricated metal sleeves grinding against each other, hissing. Suddenly, the walking mech's movement stopped. The crew members' minds went blank for a moment. They seemed to see the tranquil moonlight, the calm, rippling surface of a lake. Their eyelids quickly grew heavy, as if they could fall asleep standing up. Inside the Vostoyan command vehicle, Nightmare pulled his adjutant into a dream. The Midnight Poet, having entered the dream, saw his company captain walk up to him, concentrate fire, attack the walking mech. After destroying it, immediately maneuver to hide. The dream shattered, and the adjutant returned to the real world. He immediately issued the order over the company channel. Fire! 80 Vostonia-class Rhinos and 30 Gabriel Predators simultaneously opened fire on the gray 3-legged mech. The dense barrage shot onto the shield, and the energy shield crackled. Accompanied by a piercing roar, the 3-legged mech's shield shattered, and its crew members died in their sleep. Nightmare returned to reality at the same time, hearing the adjutant shout loudly. Maneuver, hide. A dozen 3-legged mechs aimed their firepower at the Order shadows. At the same moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted in Alexander's comms channel. Company captain, it seems have arrived just in time. The Voidwalker, as always, galloped into the battlefield. The Warlord-class Titan raised its arms, and the dense shells fired from its Warmonger pattern volcano cannon enveloped 2 3-legged walking mechs. At the same moment that the 3rd Battle Group's 1st Company established a foothold in the Cardinal Prime, within the capital city, Maria Kornikova and the assassins also began their operations. Maria was ordered to assassinate High Lord Matisse, who was from the Administratum caste. He and another, Witch, Dementiva, each led a team, acting separately. Maria's team, in addition to her assassins, also included 500 Cardinal people. Although the rebellion she and the instigators initiated was quelled by the warrior caste dispatched into the capital by the High Lord, she also selected some elites from the uprising's lower castes. They were either stronger or more agile, unlike the others who were numb. After training by the assassins and the baptism of previous operations, they were already vastly different from before. The assassins cleared out the patrolling warrior caste, their footsteps swift as they moved through the shadows. The spider-like movement of the Makatone assassins. The assassins, clad in Makatone Lord Hunter suites, rapidly advanced towards the administrative building, activating their built-in grappling hook launchers. Web-like strands shot towards the residential tower, the grappling hooks firmly gripping the concrete exterior. The assassins leapt gracefully, soaring into the air. After gliding through the air for nearly 100 meters, the assassins detached from their web-like strands, like spiders descending, landing on the overhanging pedestrian walkways. In their ascent and descent, the assassins, utilizing the web-like strands of the Makatone Lord Hunter suite, moved several times faster than walking. The team led by Maria Kurnikova quickly arrived at the administrative building and launched their attack. The assassins shot out silk threads, swiftly moving through the shadows over the heads of the guards. They released the threads, falling like feathers behind the guards. The assassins, moving with agile steps, appeared behind them, unleashing a burst of power in a single strike, tearing through the fine gray armor. When the 500 low-caste elites arrived at the battlefield, the guards had already been defeated, and the assassins rushed into the administrative building. A tall low-caste woman, who had shed her past, her brown hair now covered her scalp. She shouted loudly, "Those people call themselves the capital of Gardinal. They have enslaved us for countless generations. Now is the time for change. We are the new Gardinalians. Today is the fated day." Her fluent words and passion infected the others. The low castes completely cast off the shackles of their birth, rushing into the administrative building, wielding blades against the high castes whom they had once not even dared to look directly at. In the center of the administrative building, High Lord Matisse watched the monitoring screen with a livid face, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn slaves! The leader of the attendant caste looked grim. Since Matisse's awakening, he had replaced the original servant caste to protect the High Lord's safety. He had personally led a team to annihilate the Alphi caste, destroying enemies that had previously threatened the High Lord's safety. Great capital of Gardinal, your safety is paramount. We should leave immediately. Matisse nodded, prepare for evacuation. The attendant caste immediately issued orders through the communication network, initiating the evacuation procedure. Elite guards, holding riot shields, formed a defense around Matisse. Matisse was only 15 years old, but he had inherited memories spanning over 4,500 years. The earliest memories began when Gardinal's administrative building was established 5,000 years ago. The time spent in slumber was for him to find a successor. Even a body evolved through biochemical technology might not be able to bear the imprint of consciousness. The vast memories, the habits formed through life experiences, and the process of reshaping decisions were all severe tests of will. Matisse had dealt with numerous situations throughout his long life, including rebellions by less evolved castes and invasions by foreign enemies. Having experienced many situations, he quickly calmed down. He looked back at the administrative building left behind him and said calmly, Gardinal will endure forever, and foreign enemies will ultimately be destroyed. The attendant leader beside him replied loudly, Long live the High Lord. As soon as his voice fell, whooshing sounds filled the air. Figures descended from the sky, simultaneously lashing out with whip shadows. The whips struck the bulletproof shields, making thudding sounds. The guards looked up, only to see figures in black armor appearing from all directions. The attendant leader's expression did not change. He had not expected that, in addition to the assassins who had invaded the administrative building, there were also people ambushing here. After landing, the assassins once again brandished their Makatone poison whips. The weapons of the Makatone suite, besides the general net fang gun, allowed for a choice between claws and poison whips for melee weapons. Maria was skilled in Osber Vaya. Most of the assassins she taught chose claws. Among the assassins under Dementiva, more chose poison whips. The Makatone poison whips, like pythons, bypassed the riot shields and struck the gray armor, immediately breaking through the armor's defense. When the Makatone poison whips struck the guards, they immediately released the biochemical toxins stored within them. The guards felt their bodies numb and collapsed one after another. The attendant leader and several elite guards reacted swiftly. They dodged sideways, avoiding the incoming poison whips. The attendant leader suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. He rolled several times to avoid a transparent spear descending from the sky. Frost spread rapidly, and the attendant leader's movements slowed for a moment, becoming hindered. The witch Dementiva landed like lightning. The black flames swirling around her rose like a vortex, engulfing several elite guards. Amidst screams, the witch's movements did not stop. The Makatone poison whip, entwined with black flames, struck directly at the guard leader. The attendant leader narrowly dodged whip after whip, swinging the particle light blade in his hand, striking down at Dementiva. The witch dodged the particle light blade sideways. She raised a hand, and a series of ice spikes burst from the ground, piercing into the gray armor. The attendant leader's expression changed drastically. He struggled to pull his legs free from the ice spikes. The initial numbness from the freezing prevented him from feeling pain. Just as he began to feel intense pain, two black flame whips severed his body. The attendant leader's body shattered into 3 pieces, burning in the black flames. Dementiva felt as if something had broken within her. Having had 2 similar experiences, she thought to herself. Open black lens bracket. By spreading disaster in Gardinal, I have gained the power bestowed by the Black Emperor, becoming a true witch. Close black lens bracket. Dementiva immediately turned her gaze to her target, High Lord Matisse. Matisse's expression changed drastically when he saw the guards instantly killed by the appearing assassins. His mind raced. When the slender woman in the black suit walked up to him, he spoke. I surrender, but I want to see your commander, the Gene Seed Primarch. Before Matisse could finish speaking, Dementiva raised her left arm, and the Macatone poison whip struck him. The High Lord's body became numb, trembling all over. Dementiva raised her right arm, and the Netfang gun sprayed out flexible silk threads that quickly hardened upon contact with the air. A steel cage wrapped around Matisse's body. Even if he could move, he was unable to. Matisse looked at the extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose skin was as fair and smooth as water, as she effortlessly lifted him and carried him on her shoulder. While Dementiva captured the High Lord, Tierney also began to act. This time, the thief squad was to steal people, not precious items. Unlike the countless industrial facilities spread across the 11 worlds of Gardinal, the capital city of the capital of Gardinal had fewer factories, only enough to meet the needs of the various facilities within the city. However, within the capital city, there was a large industrial complex. Even during the recent low-caste uprising, they had been unable to breach this steel fortress. Hundreds of unseen phantoms silently descended onto the roof of the steel fortress. Tierney, with his marauders, fumbled around the dome, searching for an entrance. Chapter 454, The High Lord was stolen. Tierney led the thief squad as they patiently searched the outer wall of the steel fortress. Based on his experience, a fortress with a diameter of several kilometers like this would not be a single, monolithic structure. The entire building should be composed of several modules, mechanically interlocked. Tierney's fingers glided swiftly and deftly over the metal plates. Having grown up in Vostronia, he had an extraordinary understanding of industrial structures. After leaving the auxiliary army and forming the thief squad, his familiarity with architectural structures grew with each operation. After circling the dome twice, Tierney found a recessed seam on the outer wall of the fortress. He observed it for a moment from a marauder's perspective, then bent his finger and tapped lightly. Open black lens bracket adamantine alloy, not connected to any special alarms. The Gardinal people wouldn't expect someone like us to silently infiltrate a dome over 300 meters high and open a hole here. It would take them longer to confirm the situation once they discovered it. Thermal fusion bombs are too noisy. I've got it, we can use laser cutting, close black lens bracket. Tierney opened his communicator and summoned the marauder with the most dexterous fingers. The marauder adjusted the Yale-type laser emitter gauntlet to cutting mode and aimed it at the recessed seam. The Yale-type Lord Hunter Suite's laser emitter could originally only fire laser beams to attack enemies. When Tierney was designing it, he proposed a multi-power requirement to meet the marauder's needs, and the artisan, Rozicki Czech, fulfilled this requirement. He drew inspiration from the design of Space Dwarf miner prospecting suits to achieve a small range of output power adjustment. Space Dwarf miners face various unexpected situations when prospecting. Their prospecting suits need to meet cutting requirements for mining and also serve as qualified laser weapons. Tierney didn't do it himself because he and some swindlers had upgraded to more powerful missile launchers. The biting wind swept over the Yale-type Lord Hunter suite, but the marauder was unaffected. His movements were swift and precise, like an experienced worker. A moment later, a crack was cut into the dome of the steel fortress. Tierney folded his wings and slipped through the crack, then spread his wings and looked down at the fiercely burning furnace below. The thief squad members streamed in, then flew in all directions, searching for their target. High Lord Ismail, who managed all industrial facilities and related castes, showed little flesh on his body. Unlike another heavily mechanically modified High Lord, Strachan, his body wasn't laden with the countless weapons systems mounted on a reliquary battlesuit, but he possessed a more developed brain and computational processor. He had more mechanical prosthetics and could connect to multiple systems simultaneously. In Ismail's sole remaining golden eye, there was a mixture of shock and fury. 10 planets had fallen, and countless industrial facilities had lost contact. All mining stations and space elevators that had lost their orbits meant raw material supply was affected, and the industrial production capacity of the Cardinal Prime had dropped by 13.72%. Some lower castes had rebelled due to loss of food supply, causing industrial production capacity to decrease by 5.61%. 11 large industrial zones were occupied, reducing industrial production capacity by 2.38%. The transportation system was damaged by orbital strikes, leading to an 8.04% decrease in industrial production capacity. Ismail's expression was grim. In his long life of 4,315 years, he had never lost so many industrial assets. The advance of the Order Shadows was much faster than he had calculated, and its impact was greater. The flashing yellow runes broke Ismail's contemplation, and he immediately noticed the warning report. Open black lens bracket damage detected at the junction of dome section B174 and C581, close black lens bracket. A red alert immediately lit up in Ismail's consciousness. Wartime was different from peacetime. He immediately elevated the report to a priority item, checked the surrounding monitors, and only after finding no anomalies did he lower the risk assessment. Ismail thought for a moment, then issued an order. Technician repair team, proceed immediately to the damaged area for repairs. Normally, he would dispatch ordinary workers from lower castes for repairs, but now he needed technicians to complete the repairs as quickly as possible. Ismail watched the technicians board the elevator and ascend on the screen before returning to his work. Among the thousands of screens around Ismail, not a single one displayed an abnormal alarm rune. But beyond his and the security personnel's sight, hundreds of figures flew and searched within the fortress. The thief squad quickly found the High Lord's control room and gathered outside the door. Tierney flew to the control room door and found several swindlers gathered at the entrance. Their discussion echoed in the communication channel. The door is cast from adamantine alloy. The time required for our missile launchers to destroy it is hard to estimate. A thermal fusion bomb could blow open the door, but it would attract attention and bring attacks from guards and the High Lord's honor guard. We can only kill the target, not steal him. The door has a mechanical lock, but it's a new type. Tierney frowned. Although Arsena Dunn's order clearly stated that they should choose to kill or capture the target depending on the situation. He could complete the mission simply by killing Ismail. But Tierney knew that Ismail, who controlled all industry in Gardinal, could accelerate the integration process of the entire territory and would be more valued by the Black Emperor. Tierney saw the ascending repair elevator below and decided he still had to try. Tierney immediately flew to the several-meter-high gray door. The swindlers immediately moved aside. The cryptologist stared intently at the mechanical lock, discovering that the adamantine alloy door's lock was a dial type. Open black lens bracket rotate the dial to perfectly align the 11 patterns on the outer ring with the 11 patterns on the inner ring to open the door. But I only have one chance. If I make an error, Ismail will surely discover it, and then we'll only be able to open fire and kill him. Close black lens bracket. The cryptologist thought, his eyes wide, staring at the dial. After being promoted to cryptologist, his further enhanced, excellent observation allowed him to grasp details invisible to ordinary people, beyond the metal material itself. Open black lens bracket traces on the dial, damn it. He must be using an irregular method to periodically change the password. There's some kind of pattern. close black lens bracket. The cryptologist's brain spun rapidly, traces flashing quickly in his mind. Time ticked by, and the cryptologist quickly made associations and deductions. The moment the repair elevator swept past behind his head, Tierney's eyes trembled slightly. The cryptologist confidently gripped the dial and rotated it with a forceful turn. As the hydraulic transmission sound echoed and the door opened, Tierney felt as if stars were shattering within him. He knew he had truly become a cryptologist. Ismail turned in astonishment. He didn't see the guard commander or the industrial console. He changed the door's password daily and would only tell those two, but he didn't see either of them. In fact, he didn't see anyone. Ismail's head was immediately struck hard, and he lost consciousness. Tierney's wings enveloped Ismail's metallic body. After he brought the High Lord out, he casually closed the door. Then several swindlers grabbed his body and carried him into the air. After the repair worker sounded the alarm, the guard commander rushed into the control room, only to be astonished to find that their High Lord had vanished into thin air, as if he had been stolen. Chapter 455, The Berserk Offensive of the Tiger Eye Titan. Wilshire was puzzled as to why his target, Selkirk, had hidden in the Biological Recycling Center for nearly 500 years. As a High Lord in charge of biochemical matters, he had many more suitable places to choose from: biochemical laboratories, caste breeding centers. But Selkirk had abandoned these obviously more important places and chosen the Biological Recycling Center. To him, expired assets should not warrant the special attention of a High Lord. Wilshire examined the video screen inside the Vostonia-class Rhino command vehicle. His second battle group had already broken through the outer defensive line. However, hundreds of walking mechs emerged from the sprawling Biological Recycling Center. Open black lens bracket. It's too strange. The entire Biological Recycling Center is still covered by a dome, which seems unnecessary and too abnormal, close black lens bracket. Wilshire did not attempt to risk traversing through the three-legged walking mechs. He immediately called for the Tiger Eye Titan Legion to deal with them. In orbit above was the fleet from the Forge world of Incaladian. Anger, the captain of the Shira Gal, commander of the Tiger Eye Legion, floated in a coffin-shaped, milky white amniotic tank. The communication receiver implanted in his inner ear cartilage beeped. Upon receiving Wilshire's request for support, he immediately ordered combat preparations. The hangar tents began final preparations. Without the mysterious rituals of the past on Incaladian, it was no different from the preparations of other Titan legions. Rumbling heavy cranes descended from above, delivering full hoppers of giant shells and long missiles to the loading area of the Titan's weapon racks. There were astonishingly scaled rotary cannons and long-range howitzers, as well as plasma cannons as massive as buildings. Ammunition carts loaded with Vulcan bolter rounds sped past ground crew and deck laborers, carefully avoiding engine fuel and oil. The yellow war machines made the 2-kilometer-long hangar seem exceptionally small. The Tiger Eye Titan Legion completed their landing in only a tenth of the time it usually took. They used to believe that every part of the God Machine, from the cables in the cockpit to the chains buried deep within the auto-loaders, represented a machine spirit. The crew members of the Tiger Eye Titan Legion wiped away the symbols of faith that had been imbued on the God Machine. Those beast totems were completely erased from the savage world of Humara and the God Machine. Now they still believed the God Machine was a manifestation of the Omniscia, but they no longer performed arcane shamanic rituals. After the Shira Gal touched down, Anger immediately issued an attack order. Over 200 years of confinement had tormented them. The trapped tigers, once again setting foot in the galaxy, could finally unleash their suppressed flames. The Shira Gal's dual-wielded volcano cannon and laser destroyer fired simultaneously with a tiger's roar, launching a fierce assault on two three-legged walking mechs. The brutal firepower of the Warlord-class Titan made the air tremble, and the gray three-legged walking mechs were instantly suppressed by the overwhelming firepower. Shining particle beams shot onto the void shields, emitting a piercing screech, but the Shira Gal did not stop. Unlike most Titan legions, who preferred sustained fire bombardment, the Titans of the Tiger Eye disdained static tactics, they favored high-speed maneuverability and face-to-face engagement. Anger walked with exhilaration, the Shiragal was as swift as his thoughts. He selected targets in the auspex like a tiger searching for prey. The Shiragal's gun barrels rotated, locking onto two targets. The Warlord-class Titan launched a series of fire strikes at the targets while striding closer to them. The two three-legged walking mechs raised their arms and returned fire at the approaching orange-yellow metal construct. The screeching was terminated by two violent explosions that occurred almost simultaneously. Wilshire gazed at the video screen in the command vehicle. The Tiger Eye Titan Legion, like the element in its name, was as fierce and swift as a tiger. The Voidwalker deployed quickly when entering the battlefield, but it was not as swift as the Tiger Eyes in combat. The Tiger Eye Titan swiftly advanced into the three-legged mech line, bravely tearing open gaps in the orderly formation. As the three-legged mechs frantically reorganized their lines, the orange-yellow Titans continued without pause, charging into one gray walking mech after another, brutally destroying them. Although the three-legged walking mechs had a numerical advantage, their firepower and defense were inferior to the Warlord-class Titan. The battle ended at a speed that exceeded Wilshire's expectations, and the path to the biological recycling center was no longer obstructed. Wilshire personally assembled his guard, clad in Iron Rider Terminator armor, and launched an assault on the biological recycling center. Dozens of Vostonia-class Rhino armored vehicles started their engines and crashed into the biological recycling center. Gray defensive towers fired concentrated beams at the black armored war vehicles. Unlike the third battle group, which was near Sepra Mundi and had completed its shield modification earlier, the second battle group had not yet completed its technical modifications. More than a dozen beams struck a Vostonia-class Rhino war vehicle. The energy beams instantly tore through the black armor, instantly vaporizing the Order shadows inside. The Tiger Eye Titans, unlike in the past, did not immediately withdraw from the battlefield for combat rituals after the battle ended. They launched an attack on the towers encircling the outer wall before Wilshire requested support. After the Apocalypse missile launchers locked onto the defensive towers, the light trailing missiles whistled and slammed into the adamantine alloy. The concrete-poured road trembled violently, and dazzling spheres of light rose into the sky, piercing the rust-red sky. The defensive towers were instantly torn to shreds, and the concrete outer wall collapsed with a roar. Wilshire, inside the Vostonia-class Rhino, suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. Immediately, he was chilled to the bone, as if falling into an ice cavern. The Rhino command vehicle swept past between the Titan's legs, beneath its hanging banners. The Iron Rider Terminator helmet filtered out most of the intense light. Wilshire narrowed his eyes and opened his psychic vision, looking towards the nearby biological recycling center. The building before him rapidly changed, the blazing inferno receded, and it suddenly became like an ice cellar, emanating a chilling aura. Shadowy figures, some pacing back and forth, others whispering softly. The Vostonia-class Rhino continued, crashing through the wreckage and into the biological recycling center. Wilshire closed his psychic vision, his eyes turning black for an instant. In his warp vision, he saw flashes of light. The confusion in Wilshire's heart was immediately answered. Open black lens bracket. My lord mentioned in the War Council that the Guardianals could create psychics. Selkirk has used psychics to set up a psychic array here. Though expired, individuals are numb. At the moment of death, their fear and unwillingness to die will still erupt, serving as material for creating close black lens bracket. Just as Wilshire thought of this, a piercing scream suddenly echoed in his ears, and the entire biological recycling center began to tremble. Chapter 456 Inches Solar High Priest. Wilshire's eyes, which were originally deep, suddenly turned golden, as if two miniature suns were within them. He surveyed his surroundings, immediately opened his communicator, and sent a message to Anton. The enemy has set up a psychic array, and its energy convergence point is underground. Blind attacks might lead to unpredictable consequences. The rest is up to me. I will lead the team underground to resolve it. Wilshire then switched communication channels and issued an order to the guard, dismount. He, the Solar High Priest, dismounted first, his golden eyes scanning the surroundings, and then he marked a 100-meter-tall gray spire in his divination box. This gray building was the most chilling in the Solar High Priest's eyes. The guard members, clad in black armor, assembled behind him, raising their bedrock-type bolters, firing as they advanced toward the target building. Opening door. 2 guard members heard their lord's command and immediately quickened their pace, their hands pressing against the gray building. After the illusory door opened, Wilshire was the first to step inside. The Solar High Priest successfully found the passage leading underground within the gray spire. The team spiraled downwards, and everyone felt the temperature dropping steadily. One guard member, feeling a supernatural cold, spoke in the team channel. "This damned place is so cold." The librarian of the battle group looked around. He saw runes carved on the steps and the surrounding gray walls. Psychic array. Cardinal's psychics have set up a composite psychic array here. I cannot determine the full effects of the array, but it seals this place into an enclosed space. There should be other arrays. Before the librarian could finish speaking, a group of monsters emerged from the shuffling footsteps. The monsters in the front raised their laser guns, firing dense beams of light. Their hunched bodies, with an extra arm extending from their backs, shot forward rapidly. The Solar High Priest saw that the humanoid monsters were covered in rotting flesh, with maggots wriggling within. The Solar High Priest seemed to ponder, and the golden suns in his eyes suddenly bloomed, a sacred, clear light descending from the sky. The humanoid monsters shrieked in pain within the light, seemingly burning and rapidly melting away. The guard members, illuminated by the brilliant light, felt pure and warm. After using Summon Holy Light to kill the monsters, the Solar High Priest felt as if something within him had melted, and at the same time, he confirmed that his previous conjecture was correct. Open black lens bracket. Selkirk used biochemical technology to modify human bodies. He also set up a psychic array to bind expired souls within the bodies. He is creating necromantic creatures. No wonder he is entrenched in the biochemical recycling center. This place can provide him with endless raw materials. Close black lens bracket. As Wilshire pondered, he saw shriveled monsters flying up from below. They had 3 heads, twisting as they looked around. Seeing the black giants, their heads all turned to look at Wilshire. They spat black, stringy mucus from their mouths, dripping onto the ground. 2 guard members beside him raised their bedrock-type bolters. The integrated Space Dwarf Hunter module automatically locked onto the incoming monsters instantly, firing with a roar. Adamantine bullets shot out rapidly, hitting the monsters and shattering their pieced-together bodies. Dense swarms of humanoid monsters flew in, their 3 heads opening as they simultaneously let out howls. The humanoid monsters' cries were filled with pain, seeking to inflict the torment they had suffered upon the black armor warriors. The painful cries converged into a terrifying howl. The arms of the 2 guard members paused, their firing motions involuntarily stopping. The monsters, 6 arms, connected by bat-like wing membranes, vibrated, their speed suddenly increasing as they pounced like lightning toward the black armor warriors. The Solar High Priest's golden eyes gleamed, and golden translucent liquid fell from thin air. The sun holy water struck the incoming monsters, piercing their bodies like spears. Thump, thump. The Solar High Priest strode forward, golden light gleaming on his thunder hammer, launching an attack on the rapidly falling monsters. He swept his hammer, and in the golden light, the monsters' bodies were torn to shreds and rapidly disappeared. The Solar High Priest continued downwards, using Create Holy Water, the summoned sun holy water sprinkling down and striking the monsters. He killed the surging necromantic monsters. Suddenly, Wilshire's vision abruptly widened. The librarian followed closely behind his lord. He saw a huge circular platform shimmering with psychic light. Bloody rivers churned, and green mist rose. This is the center of the psychic array. A roaring thunderous roar interrupted the librarian's words. Damn it! A figure as tall as a warhound titan roared out. He was covered in countless arms, each with numerous faces. You have disrupted my great plan, all of you shall die. Selkirk roared in fury. As he roared, it was as if countless departed souls were screaming. He used his mastery of biochemical modification technology and psychic arrays to transform himself into a perfect body, possessing combat power equivalent to Straken's metallic body. Selkirk commanded his subordinates and the psychic caste, spending 1,000 years to complete the construction at the Biological Recycling Center. After another 430 years, he gathered the essence from countless recycled bodies onto his own. He only needed a little over 100 years to complete his transformation and become a powerhouse like Straken. But these damned Order shadows had disrupted his plans. The Cyclone missile launchers on top of the Guard members' Iron Rider Terminator power armor all vibrated, and missiles whistled as they smashed into Selkirk. Boom, boom, boom. A violent tremor shook the ground, and severed limbs and broken arms splattered. A severed arm struck a Guard member, and the black biochemical mucus rapidly corroded the Iron Rider Terminator power armor. Selkirk lost hundreds of arms, but he still had thousands more on his body, forming 3 long, slender arms. 2 grayish-white arms swept horizontally, and 1 arm smashed down. The Guard member whose armor was corroded by the biochemical mucus was struck by an arm and immediately crushed into a pulp. Another arm crashed into the Guard members, knocking them flying one by one. The smashing arm went straight for Wilshire. The Solar High Priest's eyes gleamed, and golden flames instantly ignited from thin air. These flames exuded the vast, pervasive aura of the sun, densely forming an ocean, enveloping Selkirk's massive body. The sacred flames ignited by light of fire, burned the departed souls bound to Selkirk's body like candles, turning them into drops of liquid and disappearing with silent screams. The Solar High Priest silently chanted in Dun language, and his speed suddenly surged. Holy vows made him, clad in Iron Rider Terminator power armor, even faster than the Order shadows wearing Mark II power armor. Flames ignited on the Thunder Hammer, glowing with a brilliant golden light. The Solar High Priest leapt high into the air, swung his Thunder Hammer, and smashed it onto Selkirk's body. Amidst the explosive roar, Selkirk's body shattered, and at the same time, Wilshire felt the stars within him shatter. He thought to himself, I have become a true Solar High Priest. Chapter 457, Biologist. Cardinal Prime, the capital. Hilvan Deka walked into the interrogation room. He approached the railing and looked down at the warrior whose armor had been stripped off. His head was as large as the torso of the mediator beside him. Due to blood loss, his smooth skin was somewhat pale, but his body still showed remarkable tolerance to injury. His body was bound in golden amber, both arms crushed by industrial clamps, yet he still looked stronger than an hour ago when he was brought back. His body was slowly recovering. Under the bright lights of jewel diodes and flat-lined radium-painted gauges, he squinted, looking down. Deka looked at the Order shadows, thinking of the testosterone-driven, extremely angry warrior caste, and the emotionally deficient enforcement caste. They possessed the same ideal obedience but lacked such obvious congenital defects, and evidently superior design even for the mental abilities of his gene caste. The mediator unholstered the suppression mace from his leg, preparing to move on the giant. But Deka smiled slightly and used psionic power to make him retreat. Time was running out. High Lord Yulia was waiting for his results, hoping to get a solution to the current crisis from him. The librarian watched the mediator retreat, then turned his gaze to Deka. Aside from the Gene Father and the librarian, he had never encountered such a powerful psychic psionic. As an astropaths, he was defeated by the opponent after a series of psychic confrontations. I won't tell you anything. His voice was low, with a faint echo. Deka walked down along the peeling metal on the railing. He bent down, as if the weight of his thoughts pulled him towards his target. His thoughts flickered, and the key to the subconscious, with his permission, opened his consciousness. Deka's thoughts expanded and spread, then perceived a shining consciousness, radiating dazzling light. The librarian frowned slightly. He felt something touching him. The librarian immediately ascended to the 3rd level of Telema's mental state, constructing a psychic defense. Dekka concentrated his thoughts, focusing intently. When the full weight of Dekka's consciousness fell into the Order Shadow's mind, he immediately felt like he had hit an iron wall. Following the trembling ribbons of pure thought, he concluded that this warrior had undergone special training sufficient to resist his attack. Dekka pursed his lips in concentration, striving to put pressure on his mind, his voice soothing like a hypnosis. "We'll start here. What are you?" Dekka increased the pressure on the corresponding area in the Order Shadow's mind and repeated the question. A tiny aneurysm burst in the librarian's left eye, splashing red, but he still did not answer. "Oh." Dekka's voice was slightly hoarse. As the strongest in the psionic caste, he didn't expect the Order Shadows to resist his psychic scourging. His brain was designed more rigorously and more resiliently than the high consuls of Gardinal could comprehend. Dekka's green eyes grew cloudier. He walked step by step towards the stairs. His spine was twisted, and his skin was full of age spots and wrinkles. "My name is Hilvan Dekka." As the old man stepped onto the ground, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed gracefully. "I am Gardinal's senior administrator, representing the High Lord and the 11 Worlds." He straightened up, his long gray hair and beard entangled with silver hairs around his ears and nose. Dekka's beard was clipped into a square, replaced by a small black X mark with a flickering red diode in the center. He spoke slowly, asking for the third time, "What are you?" As the old man approached the surgical cart, the Order Shadows felt, more than ever before, that every word of the old man carried immense weight, even more oppressive than his lord, though not as much as his Gene father. The librarian felt an itch in his temples. Just as his lips were about to move, a flash in his mind showed the Gene father spreading his palm, and him picking up a potion. The scene shifted, and he saw his father standing on the deck, pinning a medal on him and patting his shoulder in encouragement. The librarian's nearly overwhelmed consciousness instantly cleared. He clenched his jaw, and the blood vessels in his right eye burst from the strain, staining his eye socket red. Dekka's eyes were filled with shock. His eyes flickered with electricity, and his temples throbbed. The librarian struggled to hold on. He felt his brain burning, and even his consciousness was somewhat blurry. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the mediator's headset. After answering, his expression changed, and he quickly walked in front of Dekka. "Sir, we've been ambushed. The guards have been defeated." The electric light in Dekka's green pupils receded. He took a deep breath. Compared to the intelligence, the High Lord's safety was more important. He quickly walked out, no longer caring about the captive behind him. His steps grew faster and faster, he already felt some change happening around him. After Dekka pushed open the door, his green pupils suddenly dilated. He was astonished to see countless vines spreading into the room like giant pythons. The entire gray building had actually turned into a green space. Dekka saw several vines shoot from the ceiling, wrapping around the guards and locking them tightly. Dekka heard the sound of their bones breaking. He didn't have time to ponder the reason and found the High Lord among the few survivors. Dekka breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly unhooked the staff from his waist, gripping the head of the staff tightly, and the runes glowed. Dekka aimed the staff at the figure wearing black armor, with green patterns branded on her body, and plants floating beside her. Malina Scala's hazel eyes flashed. She felt immense pressure from the gray-haired old man. She immediately ascended to the third level of Telema's mental state to resist the psychic attack. Dekka felt his consciousness crash into a flesh door. During the continuous collision, electric light rose in his green pupils. Dekka's consciousness transformed into a large hand, heavily slapping the door, again and again. Bang! 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 The door vibrated, and chunks of flesh fell off. Dekka saw the open mind and thought to himself. Open black lens bracket broke through the psychic defense, close black lens bracket. As joy flashed through Dekka's consciousness, suddenly, vines spread out from the cracks in the door and wrapped around his consciousness. As Malina resisted the attack by relying on the multi-layered mental state constructed by Telema, she had already recalled that the gray-haired, green-eyed old man in front of her was Hilvan Dekka, whom the Black Emperor had mentioned, and knew that he was a powerful psychic psionic. His powerful psionic abilities could even temporarily affect a Primarch. Malina knew that her psychic defense wouldn't last long. Although all her current psionic power was concentrated on constructing psychic defenses, she was still a biologist. With a thought from the biologist, the plants filling the reserved space in her side ribs grew wildly, nourished by her spirituality. At the same time, her hybridized creatures were also driven to pounce on the gray-haired old man. The snake-like body coiled and moved, opening its foul-smelling mouth and biting Dekka. Dekka immediately felt a tearing sensation in his thigh, followed by numbness in his body. Open black lens bracket poisonous, close black lens bracket. Dekka pulled out a potion from his side with his left hand and injected it into his neck, while simultaneously lowering his staff and aiming it at the spreading snake swarm. As the psionic shockwave hit the snakes, their bellies all swelled. Dekka's arms suddenly paused. He felt something rapidly wriggling inside his body. The biologist felt the psychic impact she was suffering weaken, realizing that her mutated creatures had successfully injected larvae into the opponent's body. The biologist had hybridized Catachan's venomous snakes with vein worms. They only had the appearance of venomous snakes, but when they bit an enemy, they would inject secreted mucus into the enemy's body. The enemy would first feel numbness, thinking it was just poisoning, then feel nothing. The worms would burrow into the enemy's skin and enter the bloodstream to lay eggs. At this point, the enemy was already doomed to die, as there was no known cure once vein worms entered the bloodstream. As a biochemical psionic, Malina could already feel the eggs spreading throughout Dekka's body. Accompanied by a scream, the larva hatched. Dekka felt excruciating pain in his brain, heart, and all his bones, while his neck was tightly constricted, and then he lost consciousness. Malina saw Dekka's body crash heavily to the ground. She let out a sigh of relief, raised her hand, and released a bolt of lightning, striking Yulia. While Malina retreated with the captured High Lord and the rescued severely wounded librarian, Arsenadun also launched an attack on High Lord Bariso, who was in charge of the psionic caste. Chapter 458, First Application of Blackrock Technology. Arsenadun examined the video screen, which displayed the footage from Theo's right eye. Inside the gray building, brilliant blue light shone, as a psionic caste member, holding a staff, raised it and unleashed psionic flames upon a Lucifer Black Guard. Arsena's gaze sharpened as he watched the Lucifer Black Guard, engulfed in psionic flames, whose armor instantly melted, yet he did not stop. He instantly lunged in front of the psionic caste member, swiftly swinging his power sword. Brilliant blue lights clashed, and the resulting explosion of light filled the screen. As the light receded, the Lucifer Black Guard fell, and simultaneously, the psionic caste member's pale body also collapsed to the ground. A flicker of sadness passed through Arsena's eyes, and he asked the student of ratiocination beside him, "Are you ready?" "Sir, we need 13 more seconds." Once ready, Arsena stood up and walked out. "Execute the procedure immediately." As a "yes, sir" sounded behind him, Arsena had already exited the makeshift command center. His narrow blue eyes flashed, anticipating his inability to use psionic powers later. He converted his mental strength into physical power without reservation. The silver-haired scion took a step, and countless lights shimmered before him. He followed the light and shadow, walking towards the door where a beacon shone. At the same moment Arsena used the Door of Infinity to rapidly travel to his target. In orbit, a black device, as large as a Barek battle tank inside a Stormbird, began to activate an hour in advance. During this hour, the Order shadows inside the Stormbird felt extremely uncomfortable. The Order shadows' throats were dry, and their mouths and noses were filled with the taste of rusted metal. Finally, they received the order to prepare for the airdrop. The echoing countdown made them feel that their torment would finally end. 3, 2, 1. As the electronic voice concluded, the black airdrop container was released. Arsena returned to the real world 1.5 kilometers from the target. He knew that the Blackrock creation only affected a 1-kilometer radius, and the detective had confirmed his operational plan was flawless, but he worried about the airdrop being affected. BlackRock would impact psionic abilities, including his Door of Infinity, shaped by telekinesis. Arsena had a backup plan for this. He had set up a psionic beacon in advance, ensuring his precise arrival there as long as the BlackRock did not hit that spot. Before pushing open the door, he saw the beacon's light still shining, so he confidently pushed it open, then saw the black airdrop container rapidly falling from the sky. The friction-generated fire streaked across the rust-colored sky of Cardinal Prime, precisely hitting the gray building as the detective had planned. Arsena immediately strode forward, rushing towards the target. As soon as he stepped within the 1-kilometer radius, he immediately felt as if he had entered a new world. He could not feel the warp's currents. He looked into the collapsed black building, seeing Lucifer Black Guards moving through the ruins. As they ran, they raised their laser guns, precisely firing beams of light. The psionic caste members' pale faces grew even paler. Having lost control of their power, they were weaker than even the lower castes. Beams of light pierced their heads, and their pale bodies fell one after another. Theo, holding a gun in one hand and firing, dashed forward, his power sword spinning rapidly as he attacked a monster as tall as a warhound titan, but much larger in body. Arsena saw that the monster had wings on its back but could not fly. It used its wings as weapons, sweeping them left and right. Bariso controls the psionic caste and has mastered many mysteries in this area. Did he create the monster using psionic energy? Under the influence of the BlackRock device, the monster's abilities were suppressed, even preventing it from flying. Arsena was startled. His gaze swept past the massive monster, searching for his target. His narrow blue eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a figure in a blue robe quickly running outwards. Arsena immediately began to sprint. After becoming a detective, his mobility was much faster than before. Even without psionic powers, the detective's swift steps allowed him to catch up to the blue-robed figure. Bariso heard footsteps behind him and suddenly his expression changed. Damn it! If I had known, I should have accepted the protection of the guard. How did the Order Shadows master a method to nullify psionic power? What is that thing falling from the sky? Desperate Bariso suddenly raised an eyebrow. He once again felt the presence of the warp, and felt his lost power return to him. Although not all of it, nearly half of his power was back. So that thing has a limited range of influence. Bariso raised his staff, projecting a blue lightning bolt. Arsena saw Bariso run out of the 1-kilometer range, but he did not stop, charging straight forward. A blue lightning bolt, as thick as a normal person's arm, struck Arsena, but his steps did not falter. A protective orb hanging from the abdomen of his black suit shattered. The detective raised his left arm, and a monomolecular arm blade sprang from the back of his hand. The chief forgemaster had designed the arm blade for him to maximize his weapon mastery. Bariso missed with one strike and simultaneously retreated. With each step backward, he felt his power recover a little more. He looked at the protective orbs hanging on the opponent's chest. There were still 7 left. A fierce glint flashed in Bariso's eyes, and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out blue flames. The detective raised his right arm, and the raised force shield was broken by the psionic flames released by Bariso amidst continuous crackling sounds. The opponent's psionic power was stronger than his. Another protective orb shattered, and the detective also lunged in front of Bariso. Arsena swung his monomolecular arm blade, continuously slashing, thrusting, and cutting in an instant. The detective completed 12 attacks in the time it would normally take him to complete one, each strike precisely hitting the same spot on the psionic shield. With a piercing strike, the blue psionic shield shattered. Bariso's expression changed. He had not expected that a scion who was not as powerful as him was actually a formidable warrior, even more powerful than the strongest warrior caste members he had ever seen, who had evolved over 100 generations. The detective leapt forward, grabbing Bariso's arm with his right hand, then spun and slammed him to the ground. Bariso's arm was twisted like a pretzel, and the staff in his hand fell to the ground. Arsena pulled out the Osiris mind control staff from behind his back, infused it with psionic power, and heavily slammed it onto Bariso's back. Barisso's painful groan abruptly ceased, and his eyes became vacant. Arsena turned his head to look behind him. He saw Laurent raising his shield to block attacks in front of Theo, fending off the bird-like monster's assaults. The detective's blue eyes narrowed. He noticed that Laurent always appeared in front of Theo, raising his shield to block attacks, and each time the angle between his body and the ground was different. With each impact, the force was dissipated in the most ingenious way. Laurent completed the action in an instant. It was a honed instinct. Theo launched a series of attacks on the bird-like creature, and whenever the bird-like monster counterattacked, he would retreat behind Laurent. He would swiftly counterattack before the bird-like creature impacted, leaving new wounds on its body. After observing for a moment, the detective mused. I need long-term training to possess Theo's swordsmanship. A series of beeps interrupted Arsena's thoughts. He opened his communicator, and a series of voices sounded. A charming female voice spoke. Mission accomplished, target captured. I've stolen High Lord Ismail back. A resolute male voice said. A familiar voice came from Malina Scala. I captured Ulia. Upon hearing this, Arsena's long-standing worries immediately vanished. My operational plan succeeded, and I completed the Black Emperor's mission. Arsena exhaled softly, opened his communicator, and reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, 4 High Lords have been successfully captured. Seconds later, Ning Lu's voice sounded from the communicator. You have successfully completed the operation. Arsena immediately felt the stars within his body shatter, and he thought to himself. I have become a true detective. After closing the communicator, Ning Lu's gaze swept across the battlefield, toward Strachan's location in the distance. Chapter 459, Nemesis-class Crusader Knight. Ning Lu's golden wings behind him folded together, and dozens of particle weapons, striking the living metal, were immediately deflected. With a flap of his wings, he instantly flew beneath the head of a 3-legged mech. Val's sword swung, a blue-white light shone, and the heavy metal head crashed to the ground. After landing, Ning Lu continued his advance, killing towards the left. At the same time, he still had enough energy to look at the knight mech of Jiao's Veroni, who was attacking from the right. At Ning Lu's behest, the sages of Mezoa constructed a precious Nemesis-class Crusader Knight for Jiao's. Jiao's named it the God Eater, in commemoration of the Veroni family's extermination of the native false gods on Demetus III's moon 2. It was exactly the same name as Ning Lu remembered, only its construction time was more than a century earlier. Subsequently, Rozicki Czech replaced the God Eater's reactor with a Heaven's Wrath-class reactor, compensating for the Nemesis-class Crusader Knight's only drawback. The Nemesis-class Crusader Knight's reactor was unstable and prone to radiation leakage. Most pilots underwent bionic modifications by the machine cult to reduce their flesh and blood composition, avoiding death by radiation during combat. The God Eater's ion curtain withstood a barrage of particle beams fired from the 3-legged walking mech. As a custom-made mech from the machine cult, it was equipped with numerous powerful technological armaments, capable of engaging various targets ranging from light infantry to super-heavy tanks. Unlike the ion shields of other knight mechs, the Nemesis-class Crusader Knight's body was entirely enveloped in a particle curtain. It required no active control and possessed superior defensive capabilities. Jiao's felt the machine spirit's burning desire for battle. It, like him, yearned to prove its might in combat. With a thought, he increased the Auspex's magnification, layering a thermal detection filter onto the standard view. Runes scrolled across his retina as the Veroni prince rapidly read the flowing information. Jiao's opened his comms, guiding the Veroni knight mechs. 34 targets, enemy formation is dense, initiate saturation fire. He raised his right arm, and the lightning cannon was the first to fire a dazzling arc of electricity at the 1 o'clock position, 580 meters away. Jiao's did not wait for the feedback or for the lightning cannon to recharge, he strode forward. He yearned to repay Lord Ning Lu's kindness in rescuing Demetus, and he yearned to seize glory before the master he served. Jiao's yearning was transmitted via neural link to his mechanical throne. The God Eater's reactor roared, and its left arm's Hades siege claw roared as it tore through shields. The underslung twin flamers spewed forth a torrent of scorching flames. The Guardianal pilot inside the three-legged mech was instantly engulfed by the inferno. The surrounding three-legged mechs immediately concentrated their firepower on the God Eater, attacking the God Eater as it charged into their lines like a wild bull. Jiao raised his automatic signal flag to its highest point and held up his haptic glove. For Veroni, for the king, loyalty and glory. The Hades siege claw slashed down, smashing open the particle light blade. The impassioned voices of the Veroni knights echoed through the comms. For Veroni, for the king, loyalty and glory. The unified shouts faded. Unlike other families, the Veroni knights did not frequently shout during combat, they were more somber. The knight mechs fired their second volley at the targets, and Jiao's auspex was filled with flashes. The signal flag snapped in the strong wind as the God Eater strode forward, its body rotating with the momentum, and the Hades siege claw tore into the enemy's flank. Through the strategic distribution map, Jiao saw the Veroni knight runes rapidly approaching, launching an assault on the enemy. He also noticed that the Veroni runes were still below and continuously decreasing, indicating that the three-legged walking mechs still held a numerical advantage. Jiao knew that if the Gene Seed Primarch had not personally led his guard to attack the enemy, the Veroni knights would have no chance of winning on their own. Although the green runes of Veroni were constantly rising on the strategic distribution map, it was still a fierce battle. Jiao decided to launch a new assault to gain an advantage, and he loudly issued orders over the comms. Saint Relic maintenance officers, I need you to provide timely maintenance. Behind the Veroni knight mechs, the High Saint Relic maintenance officer replied to his prince, then focused intently on real-time data updates and monitoring 142 systems. Aside from family territory repairs and trained knights, Veroni deployed all available mechs capable of joining the expedition. His responsibility was to monitor the battlefield situation while preserving Veroni's strength as much as possible. To this end, the High Saint Relic maintenance officer dedicated part of his mental computing capacity to communication between crawlers and the comms network, covering both the Veroni communication network and allied networks. Most of his computing power was used for continuous monitoring of various parameters of the Veroni mechs. Mech shell integrity, shield strength, system operation status. The High Saint Relic maintenance officer saw the Veroni knights forming a spearhead, centered around the God Eater's signal flag. The green spear, perfectly aligned, thrust towards the enemy's heavily defended position. The runes of both friend and foe flashed wildly, filling his eyes like a meteor shower. The gray and green runes rapidly disappeared, like fireworks exploding. Among the many runes, the brightest one was the God Eater. The other green runes, in groups of 5, crashed into the gray runes. In the intertwining struggle, one or two would be lost. The God Eater alone charged into the gray center, and the surrounding enemies continuously disappeared. After the gray runes receded, the star-like runes flashed wildly, and orange and red filled his eyes. One of the runes lit up in the center of his eyes, and the High Saint Relic maintenance officer's auspex immediately focused intensely, with most of its computing power dedicated to analyzing and displaying the priority target. His primary monitoring target was naturally the God Eater, which was also the primary task he had set for the crawler's machine spirit. The High Saint Relic maintenance officer completed the data analysis after expending 5 terabytes of computation. Ion curtain system damaged. Blessed auto repair icon activated. The God Eater's hull is self-repairing non-fatal damage. The High Saint Relic maintenance officer reprioritized, allocating higher than normal computation to the God Eater. He opened his comms, first issuing a warning to the God Eater. Prince Jiao, you must stop and restart the ion curtain. At the same time, he selected the most severely damaged knight mech for his crawler and assigned tasks. Unit 2, Bitter Bamboo. Quote. The High Saint Relic maintenance officer's voice brought Jiao back to reality. He loosened his tight grip on the haptic glove, allowing his slightly trembling arm to gradually calm down. He re-examined the strategic distribution map and smiled when he saw the green runes flip above the gray runes. Jiao's hand once again gripped the haptic glove, the machine spirit's feedback let him know he could re-engage in battle. Just as he was about to launch a new offensive, the voice of the High Saint Relic Maintenance Officer suddenly sounded in the comms channel. Anomaly detected. Jiao's auspex immediately focused on the target marked by the High Saint Relic Maintenance Officer. Countless flashes swiftly passed, and the real-time updated image vibrated violently, tilting and disappearing. The Veroni prince watched in horror as over 20 green runes vanished in an instant. Jiao was stunned for a moment before he recovered, looking at the restored gray runes and the three-legged mechanical bodies displayed on the screen. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and murmur, "What is that?" Chapter 460, Killing the Strongest Guardianal wrapped in the Sacred Casket Battle Armor. Jiao's Veroni stared in astonishment at the smoke-shrouded giant, who was encased in an adamantium skeleton. Amidst the heavily distorted force fields, the knight's sweeping fire continuously disintegrated through multiple layers of force fields. At the core of this war machine was a human, or rather, what used to be a human. A face without eyes or a mouth was branded deep within the helmet. Staring at him, he was as tall as a Nemesis-class Crusader knight. The war machine's 3 legs were bi-radially symmetrical, and it had 3 upper limbs, each equipped with so many weapons that the God Eater's detection system could not identify their number. Jiao came to this conclusion because the war machine fired 2 more silver beams, but they were not among the 25 previously identified weapon systems. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the urgent alarm, silver signals filled his vision. 2 particle beams simultaneously struck the God Eater, and the Nemesis-class Crusader knight stumbled to his knees. Jiao knew from the machine spirit's feedback that the ion curtain had been destroyed. With the hydraulic creaks and the shrieks of rubber belts, Strachan charged forward rapidly. A sharp blade sprang from a sheath on the back of his right hand, thrusting towards the God Eater. Veroni's knights frantically rushed towards the God Eater, ready to rescue their prince, but Strachan moved faster. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the battlefield, and a blue-white light collided with the sharp blade. Strachan's arm jolted, and his right arm and the sharp blade were knocked askew. Strachan turned his head, pale light shining in his ocular grills, making the remaining organic parts look morbidly ill. He was as decayed as withered wood, blind, with the muscle tissue where his eyes once were sunken in, forming 2 sacs. Copper wires, stained with the black marks of decaying corpses, extended from his temples, plugging directly into the control system within his helmet. The light in Strachan's ocular grills focused on the black armor warriors with golden wings in the air. Since his modification and donning of the Sacred Casket battle armor, no one had ever been able to overpower him in a collision. His vocalizer sounded, a surprised voice echoing behind the steel bar mask. A Gene-Seed Primarch. Ning Lu. Pistons and poorly lubricated metal sleeves ground against each other, hissing. Ning Lu saw Strachan's entire set of armor swell, and the arc-activated air chambers changed form, turning into extremely thick buffer gel. The shoulders and back of the metal body continuously expanded and rotated, and 15 weapons turned towards him. 10 silver lights illuminated, and particle beams were the first to shoot towards the Gene-Seed Primarch. Although his golden wings were also composed of living metal, Ning Lu did not want to withstand the impact of particle weapons like Ferrus Manus used his silver hands. Ning Lu vibrated his wings, evading the attack, and instantly appeared to Strachan's left. A silver power fist, enveloped in golden light, smashed towards Strachan's arm. Strachan activated more weapon systems, and their silent state erupted into furious activation. Shields flickered, enveloping him in a purple arc of light. Claws, blades, rotary saws, and power clamps unfolded from his left arm, gleaming coldly. The claws shrieked, striking towards his head. The blades shot out rapidly, directly at his chest. The rotary saw flew out, meeting the power fist. The power clamp ejected, grabbing towards his waist. Ning Lu already knew that Strachan's Sacred Casket battle armor's weapon systems were not subject to central coordinated control. Having fought for 3,600 years, he had embedded his accumulated combat experience into the mechanical core, calculating and simultaneously unleashing attacks on enemies. Facing Strachan's attack, Ning Lu did not dodge again, his arm continued to swing, and his body, trailing afterimages, continued to charge forward. The rotary saw was the first to collide with the shining golden light. In the clash of the two forces, it was the first to retreat. With a screech, the rotary saw shattered piece by piece. Ning Lu continuously infused his spiritual energy into the power fist, and the activated, death, strike did not stop, continuing to smash towards Strachan. The Gene Seed Primarch simultaneously swung his right arm, and Val's sword swiftly moved, cutting through the fingers of the claws and deflecting the blades. Shattered metal debris flew in the air, quickly tearing and twisting into metallic threads. The Baron of Corruption, with a thought, condensed dozens of filamentous ropes, and shot them towards the sacred casket battle armor. The Baron of Corruption's spiritual energy entanglement the threads, and the metal threads transformed into sticky spider silk through, changed the concept, drilling into the buffer gel. Strachan felt that within the sacred casket battle armor, the 27 weapon systems he mobilized were becoming increasingly sluggish, as if filled with lead. Open black lens bracket weapon system malfunctioned, close black lens bracket. As he was puzzled, Ning Lu's death strike smashed onto the purple energy field, sending sparks flying. Golden light and purple light vibrated violently, and the shining light pierced through the rusty clouds, illuminating the sky of Cardinal Prime. The Gene Seed Primarch's muscles bulged, his strength merging with the unique power of the Power Fist, pressing down on the sacred casket battle armor. The energy force field yielded to his immense power, trembling and emitting dazzling purple light. The purple energy wave exploded, and the concrete poured road beneath Strachan's massive three-legged feet rapidly melted. Strachan's three legs rapidly rotated, adjusting their position, and his torso rotated around the universal joints at his neck and hips, maintaining balance as he sank and tilted. The balance he desperately maintained was immediately broken as the power fist smashed into his body. A large section of the sacred casket battle armor's left side was torn away, rapidly transforming into new metal threads in the air, flying into the constantly opening and closing valves on the harness. Sticky spider silk clogged the opened hidden muzzles, spreading inward, and the accumulated silver light flickered before extinguishing. Strachan's damaged left arm detached with a puff of steam, dropping to the ground with a thud, and the spare weapon on his thigh immediately unlocked, connecting to the severed limb. Just then, a third arm swung over. The Gene Seed Primarch felt that nearly half of the sacred casket battle armor's systems were affected. It was time to end the battle. Light and shadow flickered in his eyes, and telekinesis surged forth. Strachan's arm, which had sprung from his left leg, and his third arm both stopped simultaneously, and the weapon systems on his body instantly malfunctioned. He let out an angry roar. His sacred casket battle armor showed no reaction whatsoever. After Ning Lu temporarily interfered with the sacred casket battle armor using machine influence, he calmly swung Val's sword, decapitating Strachan. The remaining three-legged mech pilots and warrior castes watched in astonishment as their High Lord, the most powerful warrior of Gardinal, was killed. They had once thought this impossible, yet it still happened. They stared fixedly as the black armor warrior re-sheathed his sword at his waist, lifted the High Lord's head, and slowly descended. Bang! The first warrior caste dropped the weapon in his hand, and then the others around him also dropped their weapons one after another. The battle for Cardinal Prime quickly concluded with a full-channel broadcast. After the news spread globally that 4 High Lords were captured and 2 were killed, the Gardinal people, who had been resisting desperately before, surrendered completely within 2 hours. Chapter 461, Ning Lu's Order to Conceal Conquest Results. Lady Captain Diana Bolin of the Wangquan Shadow flagship stepped onto the surface 5 hours after Cardinal Prime surrendered. Her golden hair was not neatly tied up as usual, but draped over her shoulders, and the deep eyes beneath her military cap were softer than usual. Diana looked up at the large screen in front of her, where a High Lord in luxurious robes was giving a speech to the industrial caste. Ismail's voice sounded like metal vibrating, and beside him stood his original body servant, Arsena Dunn. Fellow consuls, vice-consuls, and all Gardinalians. As you know, we have surrendered to the Order Shadows and will become a territory under Lord Ning Lu. Diana had prepared thoroughly for her mission. She learned the local language from Cardinal prisoners and understood the High Lord's speech. Open black lens bracket. The original body servant's plan has succeeded. He used the Osiris mind control staff to control the High Lord's mind. Ismail's millennia-long influence among the industrial caste will ensure that Cardinal Prime's industrial facilities resume operation as quickly as possible. Close black lens bracket. Diana's blue-green eyes sparkled. She intended to perfectly complete the mission given to her by the Gene Seed Primarch. The Cardinalians had abandoned warp travel, so their fleet, despite their powerful industrial capacity, did not exceed the star system scale, and she had not contributed much in the previous battles. Now, it was finally time for her, the psychiatrist, to begin her work. Diana then critically observed the industrial caste. After becoming a psychiatrist, her eyesight had further improved, allowing her to clearly see the gray-white figures standing outside the range of the lumen lamps. The psychiatrist smelled the scent emanating from the biochemical bodies, and from it, she discerned complex emotions, relief, but also bewilderment. The psychiatrist gazed for a long time, until the image on the large screen began to repeat, then she started to act. The psychiatrist reached out and selected individuals from the industrial caste whom she judged needed to talk, including those who had been tightly gripping tools and showing resistance, as well as confused and helpless figures. Diana instructed her attendants, this one with thick hair, this one with an injured arm. A moment later, Diana sat down in the industrial caste's dormitory. The smell of sweat mixed with mildew made her frown slightly, but she decided to continue the conversation in an environment familiar to her subjects. The psychiatrist pulled out a prepared hydrosol from her pocket. This was their joint work, created after experimenting with thousands of items before Hather Mayad returned to the Thousand Suns. Its main ingredient was brought flower, a hibiscus genus herb that emits an aromatic scent. The aromatic scent has a strong inhibitory effect on the human central nervous system, relieving tension and stress, and inducing drowsiness. The industrial caste member who entered the dormitory had thick hair. He had started to grow it out, violating regulations, from the moment Cardinal Prime was attacked. Now, he no longer wanted to obey anyone's orders, including the Order Shadows who had liberated them. He saw the slender figure sitting on the folding chair, and his eyes lit up. The next instant, his body suddenly froze, his eyes staring in fear at the woman before him, as if she were a giant beast. The psychiatrist used deterrence to dispel the evil thoughts of the gray-skinned man in front of her, then she soothingly asked, "What is your name?" "I am Rafa of Kadona." The gray-skinned man's fear subsided. He stood still, somewhat dazed. "Rafa, sit down." Rafa sat on the slab bed. The industrial caste's beds were made from local materials, using granite from the surface of Cardinal Prime. The manufacturing process was simple, merely smoothing the edges. Rafa felt the hardness of the bed even through the quilt. "Rafa, let's talk about your experiences first. I am the 105th generation of the Kadona caste." The psychiatrist patiently listened to the gray-skinned man's narration. As she had anticipated, Rafa's life had served Cardinal's industry from the very beginning. When a third of the candle had burned down, the psychiatrist finally asked, "Rafa, are you willing to serve Cardinal's new master, Lord Ning Lu?" "I am not willing," Rafa answered without hesitation, revealing his true thoughts. "I don't want to sleep on a hard bed anymore. I also want to sleep in a residential tower." Diana felt a slight melting sensation within her, similar to how she felt after drinking coffee while working. She gently stroked the brain cat's fur, her brain rapidly processing and organizing the key points of what the other person had said. Open black lens bracket. A more comfortable living environment, like the lower castes in the city, living in residential towers. Close black lens bracket. Diana knew that she alone could not talk to every Cardinalian, not even a tenth of them. On Cardinal Prime, there were still at least tens of billions of people. As a psychiatrist, she set two tasks for herself. One was to negotiate with representatives of different castes, uncover their inner demands, and report them to the original body servant for future governance. After listening to Rafa's words, the psychiatrist began another task. She wanted to shape her conversation subjects into the standard for the new era, so that more Guardianalians would emulate them and serve the Geneseed Primarch. She spoke in a soothing and magnetic tone. From now on, you must work hard and serve Lord Ning Lu. You will soon find that your life will change. The psychiatrist's words echoed in Rafa's mind. As he walked out the door, he had only one thought. Work hard. Diana pulled out her data slate and recorded the key points of the conversation before the next subject arrived. She had witnessed many worlds become Lord Ning Lu's territory, and no matter which warband, the demands of Rafa and other industrial castes would be met in the future management of Guardianal. While Diana was talking to the second industrial caste member, at High Lord Matisse's manor in the capital city, the original body servant began to report, holding a data slate. My lord, Cardinal Prime's industrial facilities have been preserved almost intact. Based on the caste system's control, we have mastered the status of most of the population. Over 75 billion people are embracing the new era. Ning Lu nodded with a smile, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket Ferris Manus, although he fulfilled Huang Laohan's request not to damage the industrial facilities, also turned Cardinal Prime into a dead world. The forbidden weapons he used killed most of Cardinal Prime's population, and after the war, this star system would be completely uninhabitable for several centuries. Robert Gilliman, who took over, would not know how long it would take to restore Guardianal to its previous production capacity. After all, besides industrial facilities, people are also the foundation of Guardianal's industry. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu was delighted with the strategy he employed. He had obtained both major assets, industrial facilities and population. His black eyes were deep as he gave his command. When reporting the situation of Guardianal to the War Council, state that Guardianal has only one habitable world, and a population of only 10 million. Arsena was startled, his narrow blue eyes filled with surprise. My lord, this will make your glorious achievements seem insignificant. Moreover, you previously mentioned that the Emperor has begun to consider retiring to Terra and choosing one of the Primarchs to lead in his stead. Your actions will reduce your chances of succeeding as the Great Crusade commander. Arsena said, puzzled. Although Horus Lupercal's achievements had always held a slight advantage, they were not insurmountable. Guardianal was a heavyweight asset, its production capacity surpassed many Forge worlds, and its large population could inject new momentum into the Great Crusade. This was a monumental achievement, capable of turning the tide, that would delight both the Emperor and the entire War Council. Chapter 462, Layout for Future Taxation. That position holds little significance for me. Ning Lu knew that although Huang Laohan was now considering establishing a War Master, the candidate wouldn't be finalized until the 31st millennium. Horus Lupercal launched his rebellion just 7 years after becoming War Master. Afterward, warp storms spread throughout the galaxy, making it difficult for commands to reach other legions. In other words, the authority to command the expeditionary fleets might only be usable for 7 years. The Geneseed Primarch's brain rapidly processed, considering 3 major factors. Firstly, Horus spent a lot of time gaining recognition, incurring the jealousy of some Primarchs. Secondly, the War Master was not even a member of the Terra Council led by Mikado. His power was limited, and he had to contend with various factions. Finally, Lord Aurelian and the Four Gods, in order to launch the rebellion, would target the highly influential position of War Master. Considering all factors, the War Master was a position with limited power, a short period of usability, thankless effort, and susceptibility to attack. He had no interest in the War Master position. Open black lens bracket. If I were dedicated to preventing the grand birthday celebration, I would scheme for the War Master position and utilize its power. But preventing the grand birthday celebration has never been my goal. On the contrary, it's my opportunity. With the teleportation door combined with Carium Gate, I can launch targeted attacks. Seizing resource-rich territories, raiding the homes of rebellious Primarchs, and plundering resources and technology, there's much to gain. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu also knew that after the grand birthday celebration, few loyal Primarchs would remain in the Empire, and they would even gradually disappear as he remembered. At that time, he would naturally be able to seize considerable political power. Once he possessed sufficient strength, his confidants grew into high-sequence powerhouses, and the backbone of his legion consisted of mid-sequence individuals. He would establish his own kingdom when he accumulated enough power. Ning Lu reined in his thoughts and continued. Not just Gardinal, but all future territories like Gardinal that are not in key warp navigation routes must conceal their true situation. The 2nd Battle Group and 12th Battle Group were responsible for expanding into neighboring star systems, establishing interference devices on satellites throughout the entire star system to disrupt Auspex scans. Once a ship appears, immediately expel it on the grounds that the star system holds a major secret, and I have already ordered a blockade. Ning Lu remembered that the Gardinal star system was originally to be detected by the rogue traitor's ship, the Far Voyager, in 858, which would immediately draw the attention of the War Council and Huang Laohan. My lord, I understand. You intend to conceal the strength of the Gardinal star system. Arsena said thoughtfully. Exactly, but it's more than that. The Empire's Great Crusade consumes vast resources. Mikado previously asked me to temporarily provide supplies. Although more and more Forge worlds are emerging, they still can't satisfy the increasing number of expeditionary fleets. Mikado will sooner or later extend his hand to the worlds we've conquered. Ning Lu recalled that after Horus became War Master, Mikado dispatched Ministry of Internal Affairs officials to begin assessing the situation of various worlds and initiated taxation. Horus believed it wasn't the right time, as taxation would incite resistance from various worlds and jeopardize the achievements of the Great Crusade. For this reason, he delayed the Ministry of Internal Affairs' progress. Of course, the discontent caused by Mikado's taxation also became a powerful tool for Horus to incite rebellion after his fall. Ning Lu believed that the future empire would begin taxing various worlds to maintain its rule. He needed to start preparing now. Concealing territory was just one method, and he had many more ways to avoid taxes. Sepra Mundi, Alicia, Abyss Port, and other worlds that cannot be concealed must hide their production capacity and wealth as much as possible. For newly established worlds in the Colony Ned New District, those in remote areas should not be reported, and those that are reported must conceal their actual situation. In the future, Ning Lu would also use various methods to avoid paying the grand birthday celebration on his territories, such as establishing a defense perimeter like the Iron Hands. Claiming that his territories do not belong to him, that he provides protection for them, collects taxes, and satisfies resource consumption. All rules can be utilized to serve oneself. The original body servant, having understood the command, spoke. I understand. I will follow your orders and conceal our territories in the Order shadows as much as possible. My lord, which battle group will govern Gardinal? The 2nd Battle Group. Ning Lu had already decided. The caste system had been rooted in Gardinal for 5,000 years, and its transformation was far from an overnight task. The 2nd Battle Group, primarily focused on the Sun pathway, was the most suitable. The Bard will change the object of the Gardinal people's piety and obedience from the High Lord to himself. The Light Supplicant can also bring light to this world, which primarily uses dark colors. The Solar High Priest can further propagate faith in himself, establishing a kingdom that believes in him on the eastern edge of the galaxy, beyond the reach of the Imperial truth. I will inform the Lord of Light and send him a copy of the report submitted by Diana Bolin, the silver-haired Arsena continued. The chief forgemaster disassembled the Gardinal people's tanks. He found that the Rhino tanks were not significantly different from those we possess, but the Predator tanks were different. Unlike the Gabriel Predator, which focuses more on killing infantry and light vehicles, the Gardinal people's Predator has more versions designed for armored firepower. This newly discovered standard construction template will use autocannons and even gravity cannons, which have not yet been discovered by the Mechanicus, for attack. A good discovery, Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. Order the chief forgemaster to make targeted improvements to the standard construction template and then mass-produce it. The Cardinal people's manufacturing is suitable for the warrior caste and needs targeted improvements before it can be used. He thought of the battle with the High Lord not long ago and asked again. How is the research on the sacred casket armor and the tripod walker proceeding? The chief forgemaster's research on the sacred casket armor is still in its early stages. That war machine is too complex, it's the crystallization of Cardinal's industry. He believes that after researching the sacred casket armor, the tripod walker can be improved to serve as a larger war machine than a dreadnought for the Order Shadows. Ning Lu, who had personally fought the sacred casket armor, knew that Roziki Chek would need a long time to conduct research. First, modify the Rhino and Predator, then research the sacred casket armor. What is the situation with the other three High Lords? The librarian has taken over my work, Arsena replied. Matisse's mental defenses have collapsed. I will transfer him to the Lord of Light. With his cooperation, I believe the entire administrative system of Cardinal will quickly resume operation. The librarian is unearthing the mysteries held by Bariso, with a focus on methods involving genes and the creation of psychers. Malina and he are jointly exploring the genetic and biochemical mysteries possessed by Urea. Creating different types of castes through biochemical means is what she most desires. Chapter 4. Land invited to join Space Dwarf Delivery Team. After Cardinal surrendered, the 1st, 3rd, and 6th battle groups successively departed from the Eastern Galaxy Crown within 2 months. Diana recorded information on her data slate after finishing her conversation with the last person. After sending the report to Arsena Dunn and carbon copying Wilshire, she stood up and walked out of the office. Diana walked towards the Stormbird. She had already received the Gene Seed Primarch's order to return to Vostronia, but before leaving, she wanted to personally confirm the results she had achieved. The black aircraft soared into the sky, flying out of the capital. The capital was quickly left behind, and Diana saw rows of iron-gray buildings and heard the roar of machinery through the viewing window. She saw the residential towers surrounding the factories and realized that the second battle group had adopted the report she submitted. After the Stormbird landed, Diana, stepping off the deck, saw a fenced area to her right. She curiously walked dozens of meters forward, and her attendant beside her began to introduce. The individual you spoke with earlier has become the representative of the Cardinal people, so several surrounding industrial zones have been merged into a large integrated industrial complex, and the established residential towers accommodate over 12 million people. The Legion here has built a temporary training ground to conduct initial screenings for children of appropriate age. The Cardinal Prime is not short of people, and the initial screening also needs to be carried out at multiple locations simultaneously. Diana nodded, stopping outside the red restricted area sign of the training ground, and confirmed from the 12 marking on the right shoulder of the black armor warriors that the Order Shadows responsible for recruitment came from the 12th Battle Group. Apparently, the 12th Battle Group was permitted to recruit new soldiers in the Cardinal Prime. Images of past war conferences flashed through Diana's mind. Among the High Lords, Wilshire and Howard Fend had the greatest overall vision. Howard was due to his noble birth, while Wilshire had an extraordinary reverence for the Gene Seed Primarch. Open black lens bracket Lord Ning Lu ordered the 12th Battle Group to assist the 2nd Battle Group in conquering neighboring star systems, so Wilshire would naturally allow them to recruit soldiers here. Close black lens bracket. As Diana pondered, her blue-green eyes remained fixed on the training ground. The candidates, dressed in simple, unadorned clothing, were clearly from the working class. Having recently bid farewell to the industrial caste, they were living in new homes, but their clothing had not yet undergone fundamental changes. The psychiatrist's superhuman vision could see the trimmed marks on their cuffs and pant legs, and could smell the indelible oil, clearly indicating they were wearing their parents' resized clothes. They climbed on the gray granite rock wall, and the large black bell hanging above their heads clanged, urging the youths to give their all. Their arms were bruised, and some even had their hands scraped raw by the edges, with blood dripping. Among them was one youth who left all other candidates behind. Compared to the other youths, he was more composed, he moved within a small range, and each landing spot he chose was just right, allowing him to climb with less effort. The psychiatrist's eyes focused on one point. William Wood, who had recently cut his long hair, keenly sensed that in addition to the Order shadows watching him from above, there were also more than a dozen pairs of eyes behind him. A figure flashed through his mind, dressed in military uniform, with flowing golden hair and sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through his body. William's body trembled, and he nearly lost his grip on the protruding rock. At a critical moment, his outdoor training allowed him to thrust out and grasp another rock as he tilted. Debris fell. William took a deep breath, and brought his full awareness back to perceiving the optimal route. No longer probing the situation behind him, William, concentrating on climbing, quickly ascended to the top of the rock face. As William wiped the sweat from his forehead, he heard a majestic, deep voice echo in his ear. "William Wood, congratulations, you have passed the initial screening." William was drenched in cold sweat, and the warmth enveloped his back, which had been battered by the cold wind. He looked up at the towering giant. Ever since the gloomy sky had been illuminated, he had foreseen the High Lord's demise. Although William could not fully understand what it meant to become an Order shadow, he knew that was his future. William stood behind the black armored giant and looked down. He saw a slender figure in a black military uniform, her steps agile and powerful. Open black lens bracket. Was it her who was watching me just now? Her gaze is even sharper than the instructor's. Close black lens bracket. Diana, seeing the youth make a mistake due to her gaze, withdrew her eyes and walked into the industrial zone. At the gray door of the industrial zone, she saw many familiar yet unfamiliar figures. Rafa Cardona and others had already been notified. Compared to 2 months ago, they were now dressed in neat black uniforms. In the psychiatrist's eyes, their biggest change was the absence of negative emotions like resentment and confusion. Their aura shimmered with the light of hope. Diana smiled. "We meet again. Lady Diana, welcome, and thank you for choosing our responsible Predator tank manufacturing complex as your last stop before departure." Rafa strode forward, smiling as he introduced Diana, raising his hand to point behind him at the gray building that rose from the ground and reached into the clouds. "The orbital elevator will transport raw materials collected by the material collectors to the factory. After that, the entire process of smelting and forging will be completed in this area. Finally, the manufactured products will be received by the Great Order shadows and become a role in the armory." Diana nodded slightly. The psychiatrist listened while scrutinizing everyone. During the next 5-hour journey, she saw the entire process from materials to war tanks, and saw the long-haired Cardinal, sweating profusely, busy on the production line. As they parted, Rafa said to her, "Lady Diana, thank you for your guidance. We got everything we wanted, and even more than we imagined." Diana immediately felt something completely dissolve within her, like a sugar cube melting in coffee. Open black lens bracket. "I have become a true psychiatrist." Close black lens bracket. 5 days later, the worthy Shadow and part of the 11th Battle Group's fleet set sail back to Vostronia. At the same moment, in the galaxy center, Aachen land boarded the Squat's fortress ship. Although the Squat League rejected Mechanicus personnel, Aachen gained much from this journey. Compared to his dislike for mechanical implants, which was seen as not approaching the Omniscia and led to rejection on Mars, he was more popular among the Squat. Having mastered over 50 languages by the age of 5, he smoothly integrated into Squat society, working with the miners to excavate precious minerals in the galaxy center. Aachen assisted the Squat in preemptively capturing a star, becoming the only one invited to embark on the journey to Vostronia. The Squat League gifted a star to Lord Ning Lu, and the Gene Seed Primarch designated the Vostronia star system as the reception location. Aachen was full of curiosity about the Squat's magnificent journey of dragging a star from the galaxy center to the northern galaxy, and naturally would not refuse. He ordered his attendants to deliver his data slate to his cabin, then immediately headed to the bridge. Chapter 464. Since there's room for improvement, you shall stay. Throughout the year 855, the Vostronia star system was making final preparations for receiving the Sun. Preparations had begun ever since the Gene Seed Primarch selected Vostronia as the reception site. This was by no means as simple as inserting a space-occupying star into the star system. The arrival of a new sun would trigger gravitational waves, cause stable planetary orbit shifts, and even initiate celestial collisions. More specifically, Vostronia, as an early portal core, required additional consideration. Fortunately, the squad had experience in this area, providing abundant data for reference. After countless calculations performed by tech sergeants using the Mimic Chamber, the Fortress-class energy shield deployed on Vostronia, its satellites, sea cradle, and the portal were adjusted accordingly. The Ramirez-class star fort in the Galaxy Center relayed the final captured stellar parameters from the squad, and the Fortress-class energy shield completed its power adjustment. In the third stellar month of 856, the long-traveling sun arrived at Vostronia. The people of Vostronia welcomed a collective holiday during a non-holiday work cycle. All factory robots temporarily ceased operation, with only the 33 punishment-class reactors across the globe running at full power. The shining light of the Fortress-class energy shield illuminated the sky of Vostronia and the entire star system like countless suns. In Shadow Keep, the fortress monastery of the Order Shadows, Martin from the 2nd Battle Group walked through the black mist-shrouded passage between the main tower and the auxiliary tower. He traversed 5 steps down the lower left passage from the lower left and upper right passages, then chose the upper right staircase among 3 diverging paths. This winding passage, modified by tech sergeants and arrayed with psychic matrices by the librarian, resembled an endless labyrinth. Martin still remembered getting lost in the constantly shifting, disordered staircases when he first reported after being selected for the honor guard. Later, he learned that the tech sergeants used a modular design, rearranging the staircases daily and then sending the routes to the data slates of relevant personnel. The black mist was a psychic array set up by the librarian department, obscuring vision and interfering with perception. Martin continued onward, passing over 1,000 steps before reaching a platform. This was the best stargazing point in the area he was responsible for patrolling. He then opened his bronze telescope, adjusted it to maximum magnification, and looked up at the sky. Martin found the outsider. It was a star emitting a dark gray light. Martin gazed for a long time. He didn't feel the slightest tremor in Shadow Keep until that star, pulled by the space dwarf's fortress ship, reached its designated position. He released the telescope and looked up at the brilliantly shining Fortress-class energy shield, deep in thought. Open black lens bracket. Without it, perhaps the reception process wouldn't have been so easy. Close black lens bracket. At the same moment, Rozicki Chek entered the Primarch's palace. My lord, the sun has been pulled to its designated position without any destructive impact. Ning Lu smiled and nodded, then turned to Arsena Dun and said, "Well done. Immediately conduct a comprehensive scan of the sun and formulate a development plan." "As you command, my lord." After receiving the order, the original body servant spoke again. "I received a request. Sage Achen Land of the Mechanicus, who accompanied the squat fleet, requested to visit Vostronia." Upon hearing this, Ning Lu's black eyes sparkled. Open black lens bracket. Achen Land is one of the most outstanding technical talents of this era, having unearthed a large number of STCs. If I can corrosion him, I'll gain another outstanding technical talent. Although I already have Great Sage Lien Ramirez and Tech Priest Malavalis, I won't complain about having more. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, he said with pleasure, "Grant his request. After he finishes his visit, bring him to see me." "As you command, my lord." Arsena replied. 15 work cycles later, after Arsena compiled the reports received from his attendants, he immediately went to the Primarch's office to report. "My lord, after calculation, the sun's radius is 752,000 kilometers, slightly larger than the Sun in the Solar System, making it a medium-sized star. The density of stars in the galaxy center is generally greater than in other star systems, and its mass is approximately 2.83 times that of the Sun. It contains 192 common metals such as gold, silver, and iron, and 105 rare mineral deposits such as tungsten, molybdenum, and rare earths. The original body servant paused for a moment before continuing. The Sun's surface also has naturally occurring corundum, and its subsurface contains natural adamantium deposits. Ning Lu's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. With the development of the Vostronia shipyard, Sopot's corundum deposits were already insufficient to meet development needs. New corundum deposits would inject new impetus into the shipyard's development. Natural adamantium was even rarer. He only knew that the Midnight Lords, Homeworld, Nostromo, had large quantities of natural adamantium deposits beneath its strata. Mineral trade brought immense wealth to Nostromo, which was also why murder, extortion, and other evils were so prevalent. Nostromo ranked quite high on Ning Lu's list of targets for plunder during the grand birthday celebration. I am very satisfied with the squat's gift. Immediately deploy space particle excavators to mine the Sun's minerals. As you command, Arsena replied, then continued, Sage Aken Land has concluded his tour and has arrived at Shadow Keep. Bring him to see me. A moment later, Aken entered the Primarch's office. Ning Lu leaned back in his throne, his eyes fixed on Aken. Unlike most members of the Mechanicus who pursued the mechanical sanctification of the body, Aken had very few mechanical modifications, even fewer than many acolytes. His eyes sparkled, and his white beard hung down to his chest. Ning Lu knew that part of the reason Aken was unwilling to undergo mechanical modification was that he revered Huang Laohan as the Omniscia. Huang Laohan had no mechanical modification features, and Aken also did not obsess over mechanical modification. Open black lens bracket Aken, let me see, is your faith stronger, or is my corrosion more potent? Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, Aken stood firm. When he made his request, he only wanted to visit the renowned Vostronia, not expecting the Gene Seed Primarch to meet him. Lord Ning Lu. Aken, what do you think of what you've seen in Vostronia? Ning Lu gazed at Aken and asked. Vostronia is not inferior to most Forge World, only not as good as Holy Mars. But I believe Vostronia still has much room for improvement, and efficiency can be further enhanced. Ning Lu knew that Aken was always proud and outspoken, and he did not take offense. Ferrus Manus once said the same thing. Since there's room for improvement, you shall stay in Vostronia and offer me suggestions for improvement daily. Aken was startled. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard the Gene Seed Primarch speak again. Soon, I will recover a doomsday weapon manufactured during the Dark Age of Technology. I believe you will be very interested. Aken's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He thought of how Lord Ning Lu had previously recovered several sacred construction templates and immediately agreed. As you wish. Chapter 465 Mortarian's Discontent. In the third stellar month of 858, in the Primarch's office. Aken Land spoke voluminously, directly offering one improvement suggestion after another for the Hive City, targeting the rise of the Gene Seed Primarch. Lord Ning Lu, as I just stated, after adjusting the production line of this laser gun manufacturing plant, its production efficiency will increase by 5%. Over the past 23 work cycles, I have identified all areas for improvement in Tezvok. Aken still felt puzzled by the Gene Seed Primarch's request for him to report every work cycle. Without the time spent on round trips, he could have completed the inspection of Tezvok Hive City at least 4 work cycles earlier. The Baron of Corruption leaned back in his throne, scrutinizing Aken, his words, and his body language. Open black lens bracket Aken's faith in Huang Laohan is quite firm. It's indeed not that easy to corrode him. Once his corrosion is complete, my digestion progress will at least exceed half. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu reviewed past corrosion situations, his brain rapidly analyzing. Hather Mayat was corroded, by him through the disordered country, which barely increased his digestion progress. His key, corrosion, targets before were only Lien Ramirez, Gios Veroni, and Malavalis. Because of the STC he unearthed and his contact, Lien and Malavalis already had a certain degree of loyalty to him, and he saved the Veroni family. The corrosion played a limited role in making the three fully loyal to him. Based on past digestion experiences, his current digestion progress is close to 1/3. Open black lens bracket successfully corroding, Aachen will significantly boost the Baron of Corruption's digestion progress. Conservatively estimated, it will exceed half. Close black lens bracket. The key was how to corrode the steadfast Aachen. Ning Lu's eyes were deep. After a moment of thought, he mused inwardly. Open black lens bracket pure accumulation of time won't work. I still need to show Aachen miracles. The void claws are that miracle. But the Volian sandstorm vortex is no small trouble. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the Volian sandstorm vortex was essentially an almost impenetrable warp storm. His brain spun rapidly, considering the chances of success. Open black lens bracket. There are about 6 months left until the divination dice finishes charging. By then, a route to the research station where the void claws are located will be found. Depart early, try other methods, and at the same time, let Aachen try. If he finds it, it's also through my guidance. If he doesn't find it, my final intervention will make him profoundly realize the miracle. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Ning Lu spoke. Aachen, continue to investigate the various hive cities. Report once every work cycle. The fleet will set sail within 1 stellar month to search for the doomsday weapon from the dark age of technology. Aachen's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. As you command. As Aachen left, he brushed past the silver-haired original body servant who was entering the office. The two nodded to each other. Despite not having much interaction, they respected each other's knowledge. After the door closed, Arsene Adun spoke. My lord, the Emperor has decided to convene a new war council, to begin at the start of Night Kyle shift. Ning Lu nodded slightly. What is the agenda? Arsene's mind rapidly recalled the intelligence he had gathered, and he spoke. According to reports from the Shadow Guards on Terra, Lorgar delivered a speech at his return celebration, praising the Emperor. He believes that positions should be established within the Astartes legions to praise the Emperor's achievements in leading the Great Crusade and to boost the Astartes' morale. The detective finally stated his conclusion. Lord Lorgar wants to promote the worship of the Emperor within the legions. I understand. When the Night Kyle shift ended and the bells signaling the start of the Night Kyle shift rang, Ning Lu's consciousness crossed the star sea and descended upon the golden palace of Terra. Ning Lu's gaze swept across the palace. Besides Mikado, there were already 15 Gene Seed Primarchs present, including himself. The biggest change in seating was the First Legion's emergence from the shameful victory at Carcassonne, criticized by Robert Gilliman, after Lionel Johnson's return, and the subsequent bloody, self-sacrificing proof. Lion surpassed Rogel Dorn and sat to Robert Gilliman's right. To Lion's right were Lehman Russ, Sanguinius, Fulgrim, Vulcan, and the newly returned Lorgar. Lorgar's bald head bore the language of Colchis, his golden skin made his gray eyes seem more like winter snow, and the charcoal smeared around his eyes made his gaze appear even brighter. Ning Lu's gaze swept over Lorgar's pale skin, where thousands of golden pigment runes were clearly visible. From his smooth skull to the contour of his jaw, lines of neat text were arranged, containing reverent blessings, words of a bright future, and prayers invoking divine aid. Ning Lu withdrew his gaze. To his side were Ferrus Manus, Dorn, Perturabo, Hannibal, Magnus, and Mortarion. Ning Lu. Horus's tone was relaxed. The Order shadows had not closed the gap with the Shadow Moon Wolves recently, which made him feel much more at ease. Our new brother, Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the 17th Legion. He then said to Lorgar. Ning Lu, Primarch of the 11th Legion. Lorgar's gray eyes sparkled. Ning Lu, during my time on Terra, the most I heard were stories of your legends. The people of Terra call you the conqueror of Xenos. Welcome, Lorgar. After Ning Lu and Lorgar greeted each other, just as Ning Lu was about to humble himself, an annoying, booming voice sounded in his ear. Lorgar, that's all in the past. The Order Shadows suffered heavy casualties in the galaxy center, and since then, there have been no commendable victories. This is normal. Relying on warlock boys is just opportunistic, winning fleeting victories. Only true warriors can win lasting glory. As soon as Russ finished speaking, Magnus was the first to retort. False words are not only ugly but also pollute the listener's mind. Imagine what knowledge recorded by the librarian will give us 1,000 years from now. Sanguinius saw Russ's eyes turn sharp and fierce. Before the latter could speak, he slowly said, "Past wars have proven that the use of the librarian has provided the legions with entirely new tactical options. In the Battle of the Tegaha star system, even when refuting Russ's viewpoint, Sanguinius still smiled, his tone calm and powerful. Just as Ning Lu thought the argument would end with Sanguinius's charismatic speech, the silent Mortarian spoke. I have deep reservations about establishing librarian departments within the Astartes. I am concerned about what schemes the Thousand Sons intend to sow within the legions. The Death Guard will not be infected by the librarian department like the Blood Angels. Doing evil is like walking, the human heart will decay from accumulating small evils." Ning Lu's eyes flashed. The sharpness in Mortarian's words was directed at Magnus and Sanguinius, but he did not mention himself. Open black lens bracket. Is this because of the help I provided him in completing his mission on Barbarous? Compared to Magnus, he targets Sanguinius more. This is very strange. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu's eyes were deep, his brain spun rapidly, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and the name Galispa flashed through his mind. He remembered that not long ago, Huang Laohan sent Horus and Sanguinius to investigate Galispa. Galispa was Mortarian's first battle after returning to the Imperium, a battlefield he had chosen. Galispa's psychic abilities and enslavement policies reminded Mortarian of Barbarous and the Overlord, and he mowed down the knightly orders like a scythe. On Galispa, Mortarian liberated the enslaved Shinade, who subsequently became an apostle of the Death Guard. Open black lens bracket. Mortarian is quite displeased with Sanguinius's questioning. He also disdains Vulcan's concerns and believes that the path Huang Laohan hopes Horus will teach him does not belong to him. Unexpectedly, even if he successfully killed Nikair, he still picked up his scythe and walked his own path of death. Shinade was less Mortarian's apostle and more an envoy, steadfastly guiding him towards the path of death from the very beginning. Close black lens bracket. A momentary silence fell within the Golden Palace. Sanguinius's smile vanished, but his expression remained calm. He exchanged a glance with Horus, knowing that Mortarian's words were a counterattack to the questioning about Galispa. Horus remained silent for a few seconds before deciding to speak to calm Mortarian's emotions, but Lorgar spoke before him. Father has permitted the establishment of the librarian, and we should obey. Our Lord's judgment is truth. Ning Lu looked at Lorgar. Unlike some Primarchs who had returned earlier and cautiously observed after joining the War Council, Lorgar was like an intruding fanatic, eager to display his fervent faith in Huang Laohan. Horus continued, following Lorgar's words, exactly, Father has already made his decision. As the Mars Forge director walked into the Golden Palace, Mortarian said nothing more. He did not believe that the Father's path was correct. On the contrary, he had too many reservations when wielding his scythe, and the policies enforced across the Imperial worlds were too cruel. Mortarian knew he could not publicly mention it. His hood and rebreather grew increasingly dim, as if he were isolated from his surroundings. Golden light shone, and the Emperor and Constantine Valder appeared within the light. Chapter 466. Lorgar advocates for priests to enter the Astartes Legion, taking leave tomorrow. After the Emperor took his seat, he surveyed everyone and said, "This war council has been convened due to Lorgar's proposal to establish a new position within the Legion. Lorgar, you may now introduce it to your brothers." At the Emperor's signal, Lorgar Aurelian rose and spoke as if he were preaching on Colchis. No power can foster bonds and great ambitions as firmly as the ties forged by faith and dreams. Faith is the backbone of intelligent races, the pillar that helps us transcend beasts, machines, and aliens. Ning Lu listened to Lorger's opening remarks, and his words made Horace Lupercal and Robert Gilliman frown deeply. Lionel Johnson and Rogel Dorn still maintained serene expressions, but Ning Lu believed Dorn would not agree with Lorger's words. "Lorger, I have emphasized this to you. I am not a god," the emperor said with authority. "Never forget the imperial truth." Lorger paused for a moment, then decided not to dwell on the truth for now, focusing solely on achieving his objective today. He avoided sensitive topics and continued. "Before I took command of the Legion, the 17th Legion already had sons serving as imperial heralds, bearing winged scepters and delivering ultimatums to newly discovered worlds: submit or be destroyed. Just as I renamed the Legion, word-bearers, I have renamed the heralds, priests." Quote, "Establishing priests within the Legion can bring enlightenment to ignorant worlds and cleanse the stains of the past. Priests will also inform our warriors of the truth, fight alongside their battle brothers, chant sacred combat creeds, and inspire them to achieve even greater acts of valor." Lorger eloquently described the positive impact his vision for priests could have on the Legion. After listening to Lorger's account, the emperor looked at the Primarchs and said in a deep voice, "What are your thoughts?" Sanguinius, who had just been extricated by Lorger, was the first to speak. "My Legion has watchers, they are mentors and guides for new blood angels, and they also maintain Legion discipline. They provide tactical theoretical advice before battles and conduct memorial ceremonies for fallen sons after combat. I believe the establishment of priests would be quite beneficial to the Legion. My Legion has those who convey the voice of fire." Vulcan then said, "They tell my sons that every life is equally important." Ferrus Manus's silver coin-like eyes gleamed, and he spoke in a leaden voice. "The Iron Father fulfills the dual roles of tech sergeant and priest. I do not believe any change is needed. The Legion does not need priests, the Imperial fists are as solid as bedrock." Dorn stated bluntly, being the first to explicitly oppose the idea. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu found it largely as he had anticipated. Before the Council of Nicaea, only the word-bearers, blood angels, fire lizards, and iron hands had extensively established priest positions. Other legions either had not established them or only had a small number of priests. After the council, the already fallen Lorger offered assistance to the Primarchs, alleviating the discontent of the various legion librarians and helping them accept the responsibility of becoming ordinary Astartes again. Most Primarchs accepted his request, and word-bearers priests entered various legions, spreading chaos faith. From then on, priests took root in all legions. After the grand birthday celebration, most loyalist battle groups also had priests. Not only the traitor legions, but loyalist legions were also affected. He remembered the underground war in the later stages of the Battle of Kos, where Ultramarines priests and many battle brothers were brainwashed and defected to chaos. However, Sanguinius still insisted that his watchers be responsible and did not accept word-bearers priests. Seeing that no one else wished to speak, and Huang Laohan's gaze turned to him, Ning Lu spoke. "The Legion will benefit from the establishment of priest positions. I agree with Lorger's proposal." Upon hearing Ning Lu's words, Hannibal fell into thought. Seconds later, his eyes suddenly lit up. "I also agree with Lorger's suggestion." Ning Lu looked at Hannibal. Although he could only see a psychic projection, he keenly noticed that Hannibal's cheekbones were slightly protruding outwards, and there were signs of a bulge at the junction of his forehead and parietal bone. This was a significant change for a gene seed Primarch. Open black lens bracket. How many kinds of aliens has Hannibal eaten? Close black lens bracket. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Ning Lu's mind, and he had a conjecture. Open black lens bracket. Could Hannibal be hoping to establish priests to instill in his sons a ritual of tasting alien cuisine? Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he heard Huang Laohan speak. "You may decide for yourselves whether to establish priests and on what scale." After the war council concluded, Ning Lu returned to the Wangquan Chateau. He sent a new message to Arsene Adun, summoning him to his office. Ning Lu walked towards his office, pondering how to arrange the priest position. Open black lens bracket. Regardless of how other legions define the duties of priests, for me, there are two main functions. One is to boost morale and serve as commanders, leading a certain scale of order shadows. Beyonders of the sun pathway are most suitable for this. The other is to scrutinize the loyalty of the order shadows and propagate faith in me. Beyonders of the visionary pathway are best suited for this work. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that the Alpha Legion would infiltrate other legions. Although he could not be sure if they had begun infiltration before meeting the Esoteric Order and joining the rebel side, precautions should be taken in advance. Key positions in the Legion were held by Royal Court Monk, all personally observed and confirmed loyal by Ning Lu. Core secrets were even held by high-ranking monks, his close confidants. The Gene Seed Primarch could confirm through superhuman perception and psychic abilities that they would not be a problem, but nearly two-thirds of the Legion's members were currently not Royal Court members, and it was unlikely that all would be thoroughly vetted before the grand birthday celebration. Open black lens bracket. Chaos corruption must also be considered. My scrutiny can only confirm no issues at the time, but new situations might arise later. I can only ensure the loyalty of a few common confidants. A strong mental defense is needed to promptly detect issues with the Suns and address them early. Close black lens bracket. After organizing his thoughts, Ning Lu reached a conclusion. Open black lens bracket. Loyalty and faith are more important than morale boosting. The priest position should primarily be of the visionary pathway, supplemented by the sun pathway. Spectator and telepathist can examine the hearts of the order shadows during conversations, while psychiatrist, hypnotist, and dreamwalker can extract their hidden secrets and subtly instill loyalty to me, and even faith in the Black Emperor, in the order shadows and the populace of the territory. In that case, Wilshire is not the optimal choice to oversee the Legion's priests. Close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, he had already returned to his office. Seated on the throne adorned with 33 black iron sword blades, he decided to first inquire about Wilshire's thoughts before making a decision. Before that, he needed to ascertain the current situation of Gardinal. Ning Lu looked at Arsena and asked, "What is the current situation of Gardinal?" "My lord, the 2nd and 12th battle groups have occupied 5 neighboring star systems, establishing a defensive perimeter to conceal Gardinal in the shadows. 1 Terra month ago, the Voidwalker Legion jumped to the Gardinal star system and exited in compliance with your blockade order." Seeing the Black Emperor nod in satisfaction, the original body servant continued. "My lord, the Gardinal campaign has concluded. I have tallied the casualties of each battle group, with a total of 4,920 fatalities. The 2nd battle group suffered the most, with 1,740 fatalities during the assault on the Biological Recycling Center." Arsena did not appear as sorrowful as in the past, he continued. "Compared to Gardinal's strength, past battles, and the glorious results we achieved, the sacrifices were relatively small. My lord, this is all thanks to your choosing the High Lord as the target and employing thunderous tactics. Your actions have been highly effective." Ning Lu did not stingy praise. Although he did not know how many Iron Hands had died, the Ultramarines first suffered a defeat, with over 2,000 fatalities, and were then used as cannon fodder by Manus to attack the capital, resulting in the death of Battle Group Commander Cicero. The Emperor's Children's 2nd Company Commander Akur Duna and his warriors were killed. Nearly half of Manus's guard died, and Amadeus Decane and Gabriel Santo were crippled. Considering everything, the total fatalities of the 3 legions combined were no less than his own legions. Without resorting to forbidden weapons, Ning Lu could accept this casualty count. As Ning Lu pondered, the silver-haired original body servant continued. The auxiliary army suffered 74,000 fatalities, most of whom died during the operations in the capital. The Vostonia auxiliary suffered the most fatalities, over 50,000, while 1,500 Katachan warriors died, and 380 elite Katachan banshees were killed. Ning Lu nodded slightly, compared to Manus's use of forbidden weapons, which killed millions of Imperial Auxiliary Army. The Auxiliary Army's fatalities were much lower. The Voidwalker Legion had 17 Titans destroyed, and the Tiger Eye Titan Legion lost 35 Titans. Ning Lu remembered that the Flame Pattern Titan Legion lost over half its strength in the Battle of Gardinal, so a loss of 52 Titans was acceptable to him. The Veroni family lost 63 knights, most of whom were destroyed in combat with the three-legged walking mechs, and a small number were destroyed by the High Lord. Ning Lu thought of how the three-legged walking mechs could rival Warhound Titans, and the Sacred Casket battlesuits were even more powerful, so he could only accept the battle losses. Tell the Forge World Mezzoa to quickly replenish the Veroni family's lost knight mechs. At least 2 Nemesis-class Crusader knights should be included. Chapter 467, The Different Agricultural World Standards Shaped by the Harvest Priest. The world officially designated is 33 to 305 by the Imperium, and the 12th of November 21 within the Order Shadows was the 21st world conquered by the 12th Battle Group. The 12th Battle Group named this world Barnett, and after the 2nd Battle Group took over, they conducted a comprehensive scan and inspection of it. Barnett was similar in size to the agricultural world standards set by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, located in a similar star system orbit, and irradiated by a specific stellar radiation spectrum. Its soil contained strictly regulated components and was close to major supply worlds, so it was, not surprisingly, classified as an agricultural world. However, unlike other agricultural worlds designed and planned according to templates, Barnett's transformation was not primarily led by the Mechanicus, but by the Harvest Priest. Carey examined the usual proposal submitted by Mars. In the first 50 years, land will be transformed according to conventional plans. All previously existing life will be purged through controlled devouring viruses or aerial incendiary bombs. Giant processors will be deployed first, then operated through command node devices. Rainfall will be precisely controlled and timed by low-orbit satellites and fleets of ships. Carey frowned, knowing that Barnett's normal climate would disappear as a result. She opened a holographic projection and examined the results of the Mechanicus's past world transformations. On a plain, high-yield crops swayed in the wind. Carey noticed that the entire plain lacked any distinct features. As an experienced cultivator, she knew that the first planting season would completely deplete the soil's nutrients, thus requiring a continuous supply of more nitrates and phosphates, which would be transported from other worlds by transport ships. Pollutant emissions from fertilizer factories would turn the air orange, making the unfiltered air unbreathable. The entire world would be scorched by chemical residues from crisscrossing drainage pipes, and the topsoil would continuously degrade into increasingly thin dust. The experience the cultivator brought to her allowed her to foresee that the quality of crops would steadily decline, but the quantity could be maintained almost indefinitely. Of course, this was on the premise that the supply lines were maintained and imports remained stable. If a planet did not encounter a cataclysm that would destroy the entire world, after thousands of years of such use, Carey used a neutral term to describe the Imperium's methods, it would eventually collapse into a dead world. Since she left the Sea Cradle and joined the Imperium following Malina Scala, she knew that the Imperium was not a gentle administrator, and the Mechanicus's considerations were solely efficiency and productivity. She continued to examine the proposal sent by the sage. The land will be divided into huge production zones, with tracks laid, and patrolled by pest exterminators. 418 million servitors will serve as labor, possessing the lowest level of cognitive function, with their working capacity enhanced by bioengineering. 250,000 people. From this report, Carey found the first highlight. It would only require a population smaller than that of a single dome in a medium-sized hive city to maintain the operation of this agricultural world. Will control the inventory of semi-automatic vehicles and monitor the grid of weather control nodes. 3 garrisons will be needed here, housing 410 regular soldiers. A star-speak tower will be built, a basic orbital defense grid, a naval station, and offices for subordinate administrative departments. After browsing the standard construction data submitted by the Mechanicus, Carrie put down the data slate and spoke to the 5 cultivators beside her. Lord Ning Lu and Lady Malina do not want a world like this. We need to design a sustainable and stable plan based on Barnett's situation. When Lord Ning Lu bestowed new power upon her, he hoped she would explore the standards for agricultural worlds in the Eastern Galaxy. She was to establish a complete set of reference standards for worlds that were generally suitable but required some transformation. The ideal world in Carrie's mind was like Tricon, which had abundant agricultural output, rich mineral deposits, and was also a beautiful world. But she knew that was the result of the Eldar combining psychic power and technology, and the Legion had acquired a portion of that technology. Fortunately, she did not need to recreate Tricon and did not need to consider minerals. She possessed both the Beyonder abilities of the Harvest Priest and the experimental results obtained on Catachan, recorded in the data crystal given to her by Lady Malina. From her research, Carrie knew that it required not only Beyonder power but also psychic power. She said to the cultivators beside her, "Send a message to Lord Wilshire and ask his lordship to dispatch the librarian to assist." 1 Terra month later, the Relic-class battleship Radiance arrived at Barnett. After Wilshire's Skyhawk shuttle landed on the surface, he immediately walked into the command node established at the equator. After taking over the sub-sector centered on Gardinal, his biggest challenge was food. The generally improved food provisions quickly won the Order Shadow's popular support in Gardinal, but the slight improvement for nearly 90 billion people presented a severe test for food supply. Food supplies from Tricon, Sea Cradle, and Thalassa could meet the demand. But the Lord of Light did not wish to constantly rely on supplies from other territories, as this was also a potential strategic security risk. With a hydraulic hiss, the door slowly opened, and Wilshire walked into the office. He nodded slightly to everyone, then asked, "Carrie, tell me about your plan." "My lord," the bronze-skinned Carrie began, "I will lead my followers and guide the farmers in cultivation. Compared to the Mechanicus's plan, I will need more people, approximately 520,000. Although the number of required subjects has doubled, correspondingly, the quality of Barnett's grain will not decline in the future, which aligns with Lord Ning Lu's concept of sustainable development. Of course, this will require the help of the librarian team." Wilshire looked at the librarian beside him, and the mystery prior replied, "My lord, the psychic arrays deployed by the Thousand Suns in Tizca are more effective than those of the Mechanicus and can perform weather regulation." The librarian brought back some data from Tizca, and Hather Mayat helped us complete the missing data when he was seconded to the Legion. He also brought methods for constructing psychic hydroponic arrays in confined areas such as cities and mountains. Wilshire nodded slightly. He knew more than the librarian. From the authority granted to Hather by the Black Emperor and the attitude of the Thousand Suns librarian, he knew that the relationship between this scion of Magnus and the Legion was not as simple as the intimacy generated by a secondment. While Wilshire pondered, the Harvest Priest said confidently, "Combining Lady Malena's insights into the Eldar's secrets of creating maiden worlds, and with the assistance of the librarian, I am capable of creating a world of abundant produce and sustainable development. How long will it take? What is the estimated yield?" Wilshire asked the questions he cared about most. The first phase of transformation can be completed in 3 years, with a yield sufficient for 13 million people. Carrie's words made Wilshire's eyes light up. The highest estimated population for all worlds in the entire sub-sector, excluding Gardinal, was approximately 10 million. To meet the food needs of 100 billion people, it will require 5 more phases, approximately 23 years of development. Wilshire nodded, satisfied with this timeline, which was 3 years less than half the time required by the Mechanicus. "My plan does not adopt the Mechanicus's method for land and weather transformation," Carrie explained in detail. "My plan is based on Barnett's soil conditions for transformation, thus taking less time. Progress depends on the capabilities of the librarian and my team. Barnett's northern hemisphere is a single plain, and the soil is suitable for producing 15 kinds of nutrient-rich crops." As Carrie spoke, Her fingers rapidly tapped on the screen, highlighting the entire area. Wilshire saw that the entire area had 15 types of crops marked with different colors, the two largest of which were yellow for corn and light yellow for wheat. Each crop was not just one area, the corn cultivation area alone had 58 plots. Clearly, Carrie had found the most suitable land for planting each crop. The colorful planting areas were like mirrors shining with colored light. After introducing all areas of the southern hemisphere, Carrie continued. The southern continent is only a quarter the size of the northern continent. The surrounding waters are suitable for developing fisheries, and the continental terrain is mainly grassland. I recommend developing animal husbandry. I recommend introducing the Oviga of the Atalans. The livestock worlds in the Colony Ned New district have already achieved good results. Wilshire nodded in satisfaction after hearing the plans for the northern hemisphere's waters and grasslands. I am very satisfied with your plan, proceed according to it. I will communicate with Sanchez to introduce the Oviga. My lord, I will not let you down. The harvest priest said excitedly. The Tricon she had previously taken over had its foundation laid by Lady Malina. This was her first time leading the construction of an agricultural world, and it was also a requirement for her to complete Lord Ning Lu's task of establishing agricultural world standards. Upon returning to the Radiance, Wilshire immediately ordered the Legion's librarian to fully cooperate with Carrie. As the Relic-class battleship set sail, returning to Gardinal, black mist engulfed Wilshire. He came to his senses and had already arrived in the mysterious realm. Chapter 468, the Hongbei section rich in black stone. In the fourth layer of the Nation of Disorder, Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction after listening to Wilshire's report. This is good news. The new standards established by Carrie will help us build agricultural worlds different from most planets in the Imperium. It is foreseeable that in the near future, before he obtains the secret of the Aeldaries maiden world construction or before Beyonders of the Mother Pathway, such as Malina Scala, gain the ability to transform entire worlds, targeted improvements to each world are the best solution. You should already know that during the last War Council, Lorgar Aurelian proposed the idea of establishing priests, and the Emperor ultimately decided to let each legion decide for themselves. I have decided to establish the position of priest to examine the spirit of the Order shadows and to boost morale during wartime. Do you wish to continue as battle group commander, or would you prefer to lead the priests? Wilshire fell into contemplation, and only after more than 10 seconds did he speak. My lord, I prefer to command the Order shadows in battle. Of course, I will ensure that the second battle group all become your most loyal believers. Good, Ning Lu did not insist. He preferred a Beyander from the visionary pathway for this position, but he currently lacked a suitable candidate. Do you have anyone under your command suitable to serve as a priest? Wilshire did not hesitate this time and immediately replied. Martin, his will is firm, and he is loyal to you, he is the most suitable candidate. I have already bestowed upon him the ability to become a member of the royal court. The Martin mentioned by Wilshire had long been within Ning Lu's sight. Besides him, Ning Lu had also cultivated 36 bards from the second battle group within this batch of honor guard and selected 52 spectators from other battle groups. They were all equipped with scepters of truth, becoming the first batch of priests. However, Martin's abilities were somewhat inferior to Wilshire's, not meeting his standards, so he could only serve as the second in command of the future priest system, overseeing the royal court members of the Sun Pathway. Open black lens bracket, then it shall remain temporarily vacant. Once a suitable candidate appears, the chief priest will be selected, close black lens bracket. As Ning Lu pondered, just as he was about to send Wilshire back, he heard him speak. My lord, I discovered that the mediators of Gardinal use a special kind of amber in their prisons, which they call captive amber. The amber is not natural but synthesized from various biochemical energies. I thought you might be interested in them. Upon hearing of captive amber, Ning Lu immediately realized that Wilshire was likely referring to the main ingredient for the Sequence 6 Judge Potion of the Justiciar pathway. After you return, perform a ritual and sacrifice some of the amber to me. He then sent Wilshire back to the Radiance and waited for a moment before a murmur sounded in his ear. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality spread, touching the shining golden sphere of light. A crystal box appeared in Ning Lu's hand. The Gene Seed Primarch recalled for a moment and confirmed that the golden yellow amber in the box had the same shape as the captive amber on the tablet of blasphemy. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality spread again, touching Wilshire's sphere of light, and spoke, "I am very interested in them." After cutting off contact with Wilshire, he then touched Howard Fenn's sphere of light. Ning Lu then saw Howard waving his arm, his power fist smashing into the head of an Aeldari. Open black lens bracket as Howard pursuing Alicia's Aeldari pirates, close black lens bracket. He whispered, "After the battle, pray to me," and then transmitted it through a subtle connection to the sphere of light. Unable to formulate a potion for Howard temporarily, Ning Lu moved his thoughts and left the Nation of Disorder. As soon as he returned to the real world, his communication bead buzzed. Ning Lu raised his hand and pressed the communication bead. Upon connecting, Arsena Dun's voice came through. "My lord, the fleet has exited the warp gate and arrived in the Vigilance star system." "I understand," Ning Lu replied, then walked out of his room. The Black Wolf Freddy and the Brain Cat John immediately got up and followed beside him. A moment later, Ning Lu arrived on the bridge. The silver-haired original body servant saw him and immediately began to report. "My lord, the ship is heading towards Vigilance Star and is expected to arrive within one ship day." Ning Lu nodded and instructed, "Open the shield." During the battle with the Sam Khan world, he had been in a hurry and had not yet fully observed this star system, which was important to both humans and Aeldari. The motors hummed, and the blinds on both sides of the windows rose. Arsena walked over and stopped behind the Black Emperor. "My lord, besides Vigilance Star and its satellite, Nuhao Star, there is another important planet in the entire star system. The soul-snatching star at the edge of the star system and its surrounding asteroid belt are rich in mineral resources. The Arbitrator Lord has developed it into an industrial world, completely controlled by the Legion. Its production capacity even exceeds some of the Forge worlds currently being developed by the Imperium. In addition to common military and civilian weapons and equipment, it has made the fastest progress in adapting space dwarf shield weaving technology." The Gene Seed Primarch followed Arsena's introduction, his gaze spanning the void, looking towards the edge of the star system. Countless celestial bodies of different sizes and irregular shapes orbited the soul-snatching star-like grains of sand. The Gene Seed Primarch's pupils contracted, his vision focused, and he could see high-power lumen lights illuminating the space around the asteroids. Ant-like transport vehicles flowed endlessly, delivering the creations of the steel factories to the transport ships. Ning Lu withdrew his gaze and looked at the main star of the star system. The original body servant, who had been observing the Black Emperor's movements, spoke. "Because of the excavation of the Fortress-class energy shield, the local families here have a strong preference for shield technology. Of course, none of them have mastered the technology to build and maintain an entire hive city. The ruling Agamemnon family can only build and maintain the technology for one dome, but under the guidance of the librarian and tech sergeant, they can complete the manufacturing of Randan's personal energy shield components, accelerating the speed of Legion equipment deployment." Ning Lu nodded slightly. In his warp vision, invisible psychic shields glowed with colorful light, protecting the hive cities. "My lord, there is a strange matter that I believe deserves your attention." The detective spoke, reminding him. "What?" Ning Lu asked in a deep voice. "The Legion's base here is established in the Hongbei section in the northern part of the planet, protected by a Fortress-class energy shield. The strange thing is that the energy consumption of the shield is 12.5% higher than in other areas of the planet. Although the energy consumption itself was not noteworthy, and even less than the high consumption due to the local water shortage requiring support from other worlds, the detective still believed it was worth noting." Ning Lu did not turn around. He looked in the direction of their travel, towards the northern continent of Vigilance Star. After a brief recollection, he already knew the reason. Deep underground in the Hongbei section continent, there are rich black stone deposits. Although they have not been excavated and utilized, the natural energy field interferes with the energy shield. Have the tech sergeants begin excavation. Ning Lu remembered that originally, after the Agamemnon family excavated the fortress-class energy shield, they were unable to maintain it. Therefore, they reached an agreement with Forgeworld Yellow Springs 8, trading control of the Hongbei section for the Jiu Lao's maintenance. Later, the Xenophile faction of Yellow Springs 8, who believed in Xeno's technology, discovered black stone-related technology during their exploration of Space Necron's ruins, and thus began excavation. When the Great Rift unfolded and many factions battled over Vigilance Star, the Yellow Springs 8 party also disregarded the lives of Imperial citizens, only defending their mining shafts, and even refused to share the drinking water they extracted from the polar glaciers. Because Ning Lu had acted preemptively, the Hongbei section of Vigilance Star, the Black Stone beneath it, and the Doomsday weapon Void Claw were all within his territory. Chapter 469, Stone Slabs from the Lost Ancient Era. Upon arriving in his territory, Ning Lu decided to meet the local planetary governor. He ordered Arsenadun and Akahan land, among others, to proceed to the outskirts of the Volian sandstorm vortex to establish a temporary base and conduct initial reconnaissance. Subsequently, Ning Lu boarded a black Skyhawk shuttle and flew towards the main hive city. Through the viewing window, Ning Lu saw layers upon layers of magnificent hive cities, each larger than Vostronia's exemplar city. Of the hive cities he had seen, only Terra, Necromunda, and Gardinal were larger. Open black lens bracket Vigilance Star system already has a glimpse of the future. Before the Great Rift opened, this world's population reached 167 billion. Vigilance Star System's last census recorded a population of 85.2 billion. While Vostronia, with its current 3.4 billion, surpasses the 1 billion peak population I remember, it's still far behind. Unfortunately, Vigilance Star System is not only on a warp route but also a necessary path to the Eye of Terror in the future, making it impossible to conceal. Close black lens bracket. Ning Lu knew that after the grand birthday celebration, Vigilance Star System's importance would further increase. Most Imperial armies heading to the Eye of Terror would gather here, complete their final resupply, and then proceed to the war zone. After the Great Rift opened, Abaddon even set his strategic sights on this location, hoping to use the acquired Void Claw to destroy the warp route between Vigilance Star System and the Red Land Star, completely isolating the Imperial dark side from the other side of the Imperium. As Ning Lu pondered, the black Skyhawk shuttle's wings folded, and it slowly landed on the Nest Tower's spire top landing pad. The Agamemnus family's nest tower had a diameter larger than the Mid-Hive's dome, and its spacious landing pad could accommodate hundreds of aircraft. The planetary governor, dressed in luxurious robes, waited in the reception area, accompanied by dozens of noble representatives behind him. Clutching a ruby scepter, he took a deep breath, calmed his nervous emotions, and walked to the Gene Seed Primarch with a smile on his face. Boielo Agamemnus, on behalf of the families and people of Vigilance Star System, welcomes Lord Ning Lu's arrival. Boielo, I am satisfied with the achievements you have made in Vigilance Star System. Upon receiving the Gene Seed Primarch's approval, Boielo felt his body filled with strength. He felt as if he had returned to his youth, when he injected stimulants to win the position of planetary governor, striving to earn the Arbitrator Lord's trust. My lord, I have prepared a banquet for you. Lead the way. Ning Lu glanced at the many nobles, nodding slightly in greeting. 16 servo skulls flew in a circle, ribbons fluttered, flowers scattered, and inspiring synthesized music resounded. Hail! The protector of Vigilance Star System, the conqueror of Xenos, the Gene Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion, the monarch of Vostronia, has come among you. To the people of Vigilance Star System, among the Gene Seed Primarch's many titles, Conqueror of Xenos was the more commonly used one. The victory over the Sam Khan Ark was etched in their memories. In the luxurious palace, the banquet slowly began. The nobles from both the left and right hive cities and the guild representatives, whose single thought could decide the lives of hundreds of thousands beneath the dome, carefully observed Lord Ning Lu's every move, seeking an opportunity to approach him. The Gene Seed Primarch leaned back on the black iron throne specially crafted for him. Even the 33 longswords behind him replicated his own, clearly indicating that Boileau had put much thought into discerning his preferences. He was quite satisfied with Agamemnus and had no intention of lingering here for too long. Attending the banquet was merely to show support for the planetary governor. Ning Lu, eager to leave quickly and head to Walian, asked, "Boileau, how is Vigilance Star Systems development? Are there any difficulties?" The well-prepared planetary governor immediately put down his wine glass and calmly said, "My lord, Vigilance Star Systems development is good. This year's production capacity will increase by 1.2%, and the output of personal energy shield components manufactured for the Legion will increase by 23%, reaching 1,400 sets. The population will usher in new growth, estimated to reach 86 billion. Not bad." Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. Boileau surveyed the hall, his gaze sweeping over the eavesdropping nobles, lingering meaningfully for a moment on several ambitious families, then moving his gaze away from their forced smiles. "My lord, I heard you have a fondness for unusual things. I have some ancient stone slabs that might interest you." "Oh," Ning Lu said with interest upon hearing this, "I am very interested. I will have them brought up immediately." Boileau then pressed his communication bead and gave the order. A few minutes later, over 100 servitors carried up 3 massive stone slabs, 5 meters wide and 2 meters high. Ning Lu rose and walked to the stone slabs, examining them one by one. The patterns on the stone slabs were incomplete, with scattered images and texts. Ning Lu's gaze lingered on the last stone slab, finding a row at the bottom with countless small black figures worshipping something above. The figures in mist and shadow were incomplete, making them unidentifiable. Even though the stele had no spiritual radiance, he was still very interested in it. Where were they discovered? Seeing Lord Ning Lu's interest, Boileau quickly said, "My lord, they were excavated by a mining team when they dug an underground mine, an ancient ruin. In the collapsed stone ancient temple, there were many incomplete images. After research, the temple was built by a lost ancient civilization, and their writing is completely different from the current language." A series of possibilities flashed through Ning Lu's mind, but with too few clues to confirm, he walked back to his throne. "Send them to the starport, my librarian will receive them. I am very satisfied with your gift. Send me the coordinates of the ruins." "As you wish." Boileau surveyed the banquet hall again. "My lord, although Vigilance Star Systems development is smooth, there is still one problem that cannot be solved. Vigilance Star System has always lacked water since the establishment of the colony. The arbitrator lord demands that the lower-class commoners no longer drink extremely dirty groundwater, replacing it with recycled water, and ordinary people drink chemically treated water. As the population increases, the drinking water problem becomes more severe, especially the glacial water consumed by nobles and guilds, which has recently been threatened." Ning Lu nodded. He had always known that Vigilance Star System lacked water resources. The future national religion was able to gain widespread public support locally precisely because they added purified holy water to chemically treated water and provided it to some believers for consumption. What's the problem? There is a type of mantis-shaped monster living in the glaciers. They have sharp claws and teeth, and the soldiers cannot resist them. Every time they appear, they bring calamity, causing a severe drinking water crisis, which is why we call them calamity mantises." Ning Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that mantises lived in Vigilance Star Systems glaciers, even causing some trouble for Wonquan No. 8's ecclesiarchy, but he didn't know the mantises were called calamity. This immediately reminded him of the Calamity Mantis, the main material for the Wheel of Fortune Pathways Sequence 7 inches Lucky 1, and subsequent Sequence 6 inches Calamity Priest. Ning Lu immediately said, "I will dispatch warriors to solve the calamity." He then thought of Wonquan No. 8's a method of solving water resources. They built space elevators to obtain water from the asteroid belt. "I will order the construction of space elevators to collect water from the asteroid belt, and the remaining portion for the Hongbei section will be allocated to you. Upon hearing this, Boilo gratefully said, "Praise be to the monarch. Praise be to the monarch." The nobles all raised their glasses, praising the protector of Vigilance star system. Ning Lu picked up his wine glass and drained it. "I have other important matters here." The Gene Seed Primarch departed amidst the farewells of many nobles. Chapter 470 Volian Sandstorm Vortex. The Black Skyhawk shuttle took off from the Hive City spire, flying towards its target. Nelson's hands flew across the controls, locking onto the target. Thanks to his excellent performance in the Guardianal aerial combat, he entered the Honor Guard and, not long ago, became the Primarch's private pilot. Nelson quickly locked onto the Volian Sandstorm Vortex, gripping the control stick tightly with both hands. Even without position coordinates, no pilot would overlook this meteorological marvel. Not only because its area was comparable to any Hive city, but also because it continuously surged upwards, covering an increasingly vast area without limit. The sandstorm vortex was even taller than the main Hive's spire, piercing through the clouds and clearly visible even in the warp. Nelson opened the throttle and pushed the control stick, and the Skyhawk shuttle, like a black great bird, flew towards the soaring vortex. The distance on the dial rapidly decreased. 100 kilometers, 95 kilometers. When the number on the dial jumped to 49 kilometers, Nelson, who had recently become a monster, suddenly had an image flash through his mind. A colorful vortex swept in, and the shuttle vibrated violently, getting sucked into it. A hint of surprise flickered in the monster's eyes. He quickly scanned the video screen, but the image remained the earthy yellow of a dust storm. There was no sign of a colorful vortex. Nelson took a deep breath, finally deciding to report to his father. His father was on his aircraft, and he had to be responsible for his father's life, even if it meant being investigated afterward. Ever since the establishment of the priests, Order shadows who saw visions became subjects of particular scrutiny. Nelson also trusted his father. Through their time together, he believed that even if the reason sounded somewhat incredible, his father would understand. He immediately opened the communicator, adjusted to a private channel, and began to report. "Father, something just flashed through my mind." In the cabin, Ning Lu had a black wolf and a brain cat lying at his feet. After listening to Nelson's report, he knew that the monster had sensed the danger of the Volian sandstorm. He knew that the Void Claw contained immense energy, and even when it was shut down, it would create continuous large-scale sandstorms around it, which was the reason for the formation of the Volian sandstorm vortex. Coincidentally, large areas underground on Vigilance Star were rich in blackstone deposits, and under the influence of the energy, warp storms formed. Blackstone could actually be used in two ways. Space Necron's arrays could suppress psychic power, but they could also be used to enhance warp energy, a secret Abaddon discovered during the Black Crusade. You used the power I granted you to discover a hidden danger. Trust your intuition. Reduce your flying speed and determine the camp's location. Nelson heard his father's approval, and his worries dissipated. He followed the command, reduced speed, and flew towards the base on the ground. When the number on the dial jumped to 24 kilometers, an image suddenly flashed through Nelson's mind, colorful lightning striking directly. The Skyhawk shuttle was pierced by the lightning, and its burning, shattered wreckage fell like a meteor. Nelson heard his father's words in his mind, "Trust your intuition." Nelson immediately pulled the control stick and flew to the lower right. The Skyhawk shuttle jolted violently, and Nelson saw red runes on the video screen. An etheric shockwave grazed the left side of the fuselage. The monster's confidence surged. He continuously pushed and pulled the control stick, letting his intuition guide him. The Black Shadow shuttle darted left and right in the air, avoiding blue lightning and red flames, constantly descending. When he was 517 kilometers from the ground, the monster felt the danger recede. He smoothly piloted the Skyhawk shuttle and landed at the base. Ning Lu walked towards the deck, not immediately going to the waiting original body servant. He walked to Nelson, who had emerged from the cockpit and was calming himself down. "Well done. Your intuition guided you through this dangerous flight. Nelson immediately felt something melt within him, just like when he added a sugar cube to his cup at the Rekka coffee machine before a flight mission, and it quickly dissolved. Open black lens bracket. I have become a true monster. Close black lens bracket. Nelson paused for a moment, then quickly came back to his senses. Father, it is my honor. Go rest, Ning Lu said, then walked towards the silver-haired Arsena. The hydraulic airlock hissed open, and Ning Lu entered the command base. Coming to the holographic projection table, he scanned Malina, Scala and Thomas, finally resting his gaze on Aachen, and asked, "How is the progress?" Aachen's expression was grim. "My probe servitors are circling the Volian sandstorm vortex in different directions. The total detection distance is 112 kilometers, collecting energy readings." As he spoke, he raised his staff and pointed it at the servitor standing behind him. Authorization, transmit data file, number 1295. Blue-green light flickered in the servitor's eyes, and it spoke in a synthesized voice. Initiating transmission protocol, transmitting data file no. 1295. Its chest opened, revealing the data storage unit. The servitor raised its right hand and took out a data disk. The original body servant had already activated the meditator with a control staff. The servitor stepped over and inserted the disk. The video screen hanging overhead immediately lit up, and Aachen continued to speak. The energy readings of the sandstorm vortex are quite high. An ordinary person entering it would be instantly torn apart. Even a Titan or an Astartes would suffer damage if they remained in the vortex for a long time, because the magnetic field inside is chaotic, making it difficult to discern direction, which is extremely dangerous. Even more dangerous are the abnormal etheric readings, which could lead to various sudden dangers, including lightning from the sky, spontaneous flames, or even strange labyrinths. Ning Lu nodded. "Do you have anything to add?" The detective and the librarian exchanged glances, then the detective said, "My lord, I believe the etheric anomalies are related to Blackstone. If excavation can be carried out in the surrounding area, it should weaken its influence." It would take too long. Ning Lu rejected the detective's suggestion, although it aligned with his own conjecture. Open black lens bracket. When the fallen angels and Abaddon seized the Void Claw, they didn't seem to be affected by the warp energy, which should be the result of Wangquan number 8's long-term excavation. Close black lens bracket. He looked at the 4 individuals before him, each with different abilities, and said, "You first try to find a way to the Central Research Station, Vigilance Fortress." The divination dice still needed 5 months to fully charge, so Ning Lu decided to let them try first. If they could find the way, Ning Lu could save this divination dice divination for other purposes. If not, he would solve it himself, which would also impress Aachen more. "As you wish," Aachen said. He hoped to retrieve the Doomsday weapon, as it was his sacred duty as a servant of the Omniscia. As the 4 left the command base and began their investigation, a whisper sounded in Ning Lu's ear. After leaving Jushin's spear on the ground, Ning Lu went to the resting room prepared for him. With a thought, he entered the Nation of Disorder. After his spirituality spread to the light ball, Ning Lu saw Howard Fend kneeling before the altar, praying. He did not immediately pull Howard into the Nation of Disorder. With a thought, he went to the first layer of space, instructing the space monkey to use prisoner amber and other potion ingredients to concoct the sequence 6 inches judge potion. Only after obtaining the potion did the Baron of Corruption return to the 4th layer of space. His spirituality spread, pulling Howard into the Nation of Disorder. The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes flashed, and telekinesis sent the golden potion to Howard's front. "Drink it." Howard's eyes glowed. He knew he had once again received a boon from the Black Emperor. He took the amber-like potion and poured it into his mouth. Howard's eyes turned golden, and the scattered light shone in the black mist. A moment later, the newly promoted judge reigned in his power. "Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal." Ning Lu nodded slightly. He thought of Howard's previous battle with the Eldar. "Have you cleared out the Eldar pirates?" "I have cleared all pirates in the Alicia star system, whether Eldar or human," the arbitrator lord replied. But Alicia is at the intersection of warp routes and is a trade center for neighboring regions. I believe it won't be long before it is harassed by pirates again. That is a foreseeable future, Ning Lu agreed. Use them as training targets for new recruits and the auxiliary army. As you wish. Howard accepted the command, then was sent back to Arbitrator No. Chapter 471, Disaster Mantis. Vigilant Star, Polar Glacier. Mark, clad in Mark III power armor, led his team for the first time since becoming a priest. Internal oxygen supply ensured smooth breathing, and temperature regulators kept them unaffected by the cold. Mark heard the sound of wings tearing through the air and immediately shouted into the comm channel. They're here. Prepare to hunt. He raised his arm, brandishing his arc projector. The mantis that appeared in their line of sight was similar in size to an ordinary human. The difference was its bloated abdomen, which had two large mouths, and its tail, which also had a large mouth. Open black lens bracket. A mutated mantis monster, close black lens bracket. Mark thought, puzzled, as he issued an order. Attack. The order shadows pulled their triggers, and dazzling arcs of electricity filled the cave. Piercing screeches erupted as the mantis monsters' bodies became increasingly scorched by the electricity, yet they did not fall. Their leathery wings, shimmering with purplish-red patterns, stood erect like sails. Increase power output. Fourth gear. Mark gave the order. The arc projector, designed with Yogal technology, had been continuously improved during hunts and could now be adjusted with a single button based on the target's body toughness. The order shadows turned their dials, and the energy cells flashed yellow runes before turning green. The arcs of electricity were even brighter than before, cutting through the dark cave like lightning, striking the mantis monsters directly. Bang! 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 One mantis after another dropped to the ground. Mark opened his communicator and sent orders to the follow-up team to transport the mantises his gene father wanted back. After hanging up the communicator, the team continued forward. The passage grew wider, and they seemed to have entered a large dome. Stone pillars jutted down from above, suspended over their heads. The Sleepless from Mordian looked up. With his excellent night vision, the Sleepless immediately saw that the pillars were covered in equally black mantises. He immediately shouted a warning into the comm channel. Mantises. Overhead. Mark immediately gave the order, combat formation. Cover each other. The order shadows immediately grouped in threes, back to back, raising their weapons. Accompanied by a deafening shriek, countless black shadows swept in, overwhelming them, swinging their scythe-like serrated hooks down. The order shadows calmly pulled their triggers. Those selected for the guard were all elites from various legions, and their every attack accurately hit its target. One black figure after another crashed to the ground, but the air remained obscured by shadows. Endless disaster mantises shrieked, opening the large mouths on their abdomens, and disgusting sticky liquid dripped with a splattering sound. The sticky liquid splattered on the personal energy shields, making a sharp, crackling noise. The order shadows smelled an unusually pungent stench and simultaneously thought. Open black lens bracket. The sticky liquid from the disaster mantis's mouth is highly corrosive, close black lens bracket. The bard suddenly began to sing, his voice clear and echoing through the comm channel. The order shadows felt their bodies filled with power, as if they had just completed a rest and had not experienced marching or combat. They moved their arms and pulled their triggers a little faster. Thump, thump. The disaster mantises accelerated their fall, piling up layer upon layer inside the cave. In Mark's vision, the black figures had significantly decreased. Just then, a sharp shriek rang out, and a massive figure, similar in size to an Astartes, leapt down from midair. With a booming sound, it dodged several arcs of electricity. The Sleepless's eyes were deep, his psychic intuition growing sharper in the darkness. He suddenly pulled the trigger. An arc of electricity shot out, not at the disaster mantis, as if it had missed. The next moment, the arc hit the leathery wing, as if the mantis had crashed into it itself. Screech. The disaster mantis's massive body spun and fell downwards. The monster suddenly shouted into the comm channel, "It's faking. It's not unconscious." Mark immediately drew his staff of truth. Although the Staff of Truth had not been in the Astartes Legion for long, it already existed in various forms. It was usually crafted as a staff or a mace, topped with a double-headed aquila symbolizing the Imperium or a winged skull representing the Emperor's sacrifice for humanity. Some priests would use special decorations. The Fire Lizard's priest staffs were closer to a master craftsman's hammer. The Order Shadow's priests decorated the staff head with outstretched wings, symbolizing the golden wings on their Gene Father's back. Mark strode forward, simultaneously increasing the energy field intensity of the Staff of Truth. The diving disaster mantis was clearly a mutated life form, more powerful than its kin. He chanted a song, swiftly charging towards the black shadow. The disaster mantis swung its pair of scythes, chopping down fiercely. With a loud bang, the disaster mantis's scythe blades struck the personal energy shield. Its bloated abdomen curled open, revealing 3 large mouths that bit at him, but were blocked by the energy shield, splattering sticky liquid. Mark's body swayed, and an alarm rune flashed on his helmet. The mutated disaster mantis's hacking and biting had actually depleted 74% of the personal energy shield's power. The bard knew he could not withstand another blow from the mutated disaster mantis. He relied on his enhanced physique, gained after his promotion, to resist the impact. The bard swung his Staff of Truth, striking the mutated disaster mantis on the head. Blue light crackled and flashed, and the carapace made a hissing sound. Golden stars burst in the mutated disaster mantis's eyes. Its raised scythe blades dropped limply, hitting the ground. It's really unconscious this time. The Sleepless, who had run over, carefully distinguished it and followed up with a shot, causing the mutated disaster mantis's body to instinctively tremble. At the same time the priest led the hunt for the disaster mantis, Ning Lu was flying towards a newly discovered ruin. The archaeologist and the mystery prior had discovered a dilapidated ruin northeast of the ruin excavated by the Agamemnon family. After receiving the report, Ning Lu noticed a broken statue in the newly discovered ruin, and he decided to personally go and investigate. Nelson, who had just become a robot, piloted a Skyhawk shuttle towards the target. The black Skyhawk shuttle calmly broke free from the Volian sandstorm vortex, flying over the dusty desert towards its destination. Dust storms filled with chemical waste rose into the air. They were much smaller in scale than the Volian sandstorm vortex but were more common in the vast wasteland between hive cities. The robot maximized the Auspex's power, planning the fastest and safest route in his mind. The black Skyhawk gracefully navigated through the dust storm, not a single grain of dust adhering to it. Even the best drivers on Vigilant Star, whether piloting aircraft or ground vehicles, would be amazed. The Skyhawk shuttle's landing gear deployed, descending steadily. The dust was blown away in calculated directions, not touching the clean fuselage. Ning Lu stepped off the deck, onto the wasteland. Anyone crossing the wasteland between hive cities without a protective suit would die in a very short time, but for him and the Order Shadows, it posed no danger. The Order Shadows had already established a cordon, isolating a 2-kilometer radius around the ruin. Gene Father. Ning Lu nodded slightly, lead the way. He followed the Order Shadow to the entrance, using a ropeway to descend 1.3 kilometers underground. The archaeologist had already excavated its general outline. Ning Lu walked through the stone-arched door and looked at the broken statue. Only the sturdy right leg remained of the statue's lower body. The upper body had only a partially broken, majestic chest connected to half of a left arm, covered by a damaged bat wing on the left shoulder. The head had only a grotesque large mouth remaining. Ning Lu then looked at the images on the broken walls. He saw the same pattern as in previous murals, small black figures worshipping. His pupils suddenly contracted. He walked to the right and looked at both sides of the mural. He saw one mantis after another, identifying them as disaster mantises by the large mouths on their abdomens and tails. Could the disaster mantises be related to the ancient race worshipped in the statue and murals? After inspecting the area, Ning Lu returned to the statue. He gazed at the statue, countless lines flashing through his mind, and he thought silently. Although difficult, I can indeed restore it. The first Devil Prince statue restored with spiritual sculpture. Vigilance Star, underground ruins. Ning Lu held a 1-meter-high, 50-centimeter diameter obsidian in his left hand. The Gene Seed Primarch stared at the statue for a quarter of an hour before he began to carve. The Baron of Corruption held a ritual knife in his right hand, and spirituality surged from the tip of the blade. The statue in the Baron of Corruption's hand quickly took shape within a minute: the right leg, the broken left arm, the wings on the back, and the ferocious mouth. Ning Lu stopped his movements and looked up at the statue. The Baron of Corruption didn't need to rely on normal means like sight to confirm. His spirituality reminded him that the statue in his hand was identical to the one in front of him and had some spiritual connection. Ning Lu's gaze returned to the statue in his hand. After confirming it was correct, he began to carve on the opposite side, building upon the existing broken statue. The left leg, the broken right arm, and the wings on the back. A moment later, he stopped carving. After confirming there were no errors, he began to complete the remaining parts. The Gene Seed Primarch flashed through the scattered parts in all the murals, then stared at the broken right arm. Countless geometric shapes flashed through the Baron of Corruption's mind, connecting with the claws on the same mural. From the myriad shapes, he found the most natural and smoothest lines, then began to act. 1 stellar hour later, Ning Lu gazed at the restored clawed arm, deep in thought. He could now narrow down the subject depicted by the statue to a certain range. It looks like a humanoid creature, a devil prince who has fallen to chaos. Could the doom weapon have been created by the colonists to deal with him? This is an unknown crisis lurking on Vigilance Star, and it must be investigated. While the Baron of Corruption was deep in thought, he completed the carving of the left arm and turned his gaze to the statue's chest. 2 work cycles later, the Baron of Corruption completed his first, spiritual sculpture, work. He put down the spiritual knife and gazed at the lifelike statue. With outstretched bat wings, a hideous face, 2 pointed horns extending behind his head, and sharp claws gleaming with cold light. Ning Lu almost immediately recognized the identity of the statue: Be'lakor, the first Devil Prince, Be'lakor. He had many titles: Lord of Darkness, First Anointed. As the first mortal chosen by the Chaos Gods, he was blessed by the Chaos Gods with a portion of each of their powers. Initially, he moved between the Chaos Gods, benefiting from the great powers' struggle over him. However, the 4 gods soon realized that Be'lakor could not be controlled and would not be completely loyal to any of them, so they began to recruit new devil princes. Be'lakor remained the strongest among the devil princes, but as the 4 gods bestowed power upon their other servants, his power gradually diminished. Ning Lu knew that Be'lakor had ruled countless galactic empires over millions of Terran years. He had enslaved thousands of worlds, forcing billions to worship him as a god. But Be'lakor's greed and malice would eventually destroy these races, and his fickle nature would then lead him to seek a new emerging race as his new plaything. He hid in fleeting legends and absurd rumors, lurking in the shadows behind the rise and expansion of races. After the ancient empire before human colonization collapsed, Be'lakor abandoned Vigilance Star, leaving only ancient ruins. Ning Lu remembered that Archmagos Kobal of the Mechanicus spent his entire life searching for ancient ruins from the dark age of technology, piecing together the history of ancient existences. He did not know of Be'lakor's existence, only believing that all the artifacts recorded an alien lord, but he was actually Be'lakor's puppet. Kobal followed the clues, discovering new star systems and planets, as well as empires destroyed by Be'lakor, collecting artifacts lost to time. Ultimately, Be'lakor reclaimed his artifacts and recovered his lost power, then erased all traces of himself and Kobal's existence. Ning Lu's brain raced, recalling other information he knew about Be'lakor. Before Be'lakor's earliest activities, hidden in Abaddon's shadow, he sought to prevent Vashtor from ascending to godhood and rivaling the 4 gods. During the Third Black Crusade, Be'lakor manipulated the Devil Prince Tauron to assist Abaddon in attacking Cadia. During the Sixth Black Crusade, Be'lakor told Abaddon of the betrayal of the blind Psychas, leading to the destruction of the Eye of the Sun. Akahan, my calculations were wrong. Ning Lu led his guards from different pathways to the rallying point. Arsena Dun, Thomas, and Malina Scala each brought only 2 attendants. Akahan Land brought 12 Crusader guards and 5 servo skulls. A monkey, which had undergone some mechanical modifications, perched on his left shoulder. "Let's go," Ning Lu said, then took the lead, walking towards the Volian sandstorm vortex. The Volian sandstorm vortex appeared bowl-shaped from a distance, with the outward flaring portion growing larger the higher it went. Ning Lu knew this was due to energy dissipation. The team moved forward. When they were still 1 kilometer from the edge of the sandstorm, Ning Lu stopped. His black armor creaked. The Black Wolf Freddy and Brain Cat John on either side also stopped. Freddy looked up at the sandstorm vortex before him. His spiritual intuition did not sense any fatal threat from it. But he felt a mist-like energy, twisting reality, spreading layer upon layer, allowing him to see only a 5-kilometer radius. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly sensed that moving further would expose them to warp energy. In his warp vision, colorful smoke swirled, and in his barren of corruption perspective, the lines of rules twisted and entangled. This energy intensity would not affect him, but it would damage the bodies of Akahan and others who had not undergone much mechanical modification. Akahan immediately issued an order to a servo skull. "Activate the energy suppressor." The servo skull placed the spherical device it was holding on the dusty ground, its hand pressing on the top of the metal device. After a series of green runes flashed, the spherical device popped out 2 antennas. Energy currents surged between the magnetic poles, emitting a harsh crackling sound. 2 mechanical claws extended from its bottom, stepping on the sand and moving forward. Light and shadow flickered in Ning Lu's eyes. He could see an invisible energy flow encircling the magnetic pole antennas. The surrounding dust settled at a visible rate, and the surging warp energy also calmed down. In Ning Lu's warp vision, the colorful smoke dissipated, and the barren of corruption also saw the threads of the physical world stretch out, returning to normal. Open black lens bracket as expected of Akahan. Close black lens bracket. He praised him in his heart and continued to move forward. As the machine's energy field touched the area of the Volian sandstorm vortex, a waterfall of dust descended from the sky, striking the ground. Everyone knew that using psychic powers under these conditions would interfere with the operation of the mechanical device. Malina raised her hand, and the vines in the gaps of her Lord Hunter suite rapidly spread and grew. Her biologist spirituality extended, and the vines, layer upon layer, enveloped everyone's heads. The dust, rising into the sky and weighing tens of tons, struck the vines like a sliding python, emitting a dull thud. The vines trembled for a few seconds, then settled down. The team continued to advance, and the vines, as if alive, moved with the biologist's steps, blocking the continuously falling dust from above. Akahan, leaning on his cane and wearing a respirator, trekked through the sea of sand. The monkey on his shoulder held a data pad, its large eyes behind protective goggles staring at the screen. The screen was divided into several areas, with the largest area extending from the top left corner to the right and bottom. This area was further divided into 5 sections, with only the middle one lit up. After confirming that the activated energy interference device was working normally, the monkey looked to the right. In the upper right corner, numbers were constantly flashing and increasing. That was the distance they had traveled. When the number reached 13.57, he suddenly saw that in the data of the energy interference device, the number representing the affected range flickered and changed to 999.4 meters. The monkey immediately placed the data pad in front of Akahan. Akahan stopped, examined all the data on the data pad, then pressed the communicator at his throat and said in the team channel. "Lord Ning Lu, everyone. The closer we get to the center of the sandstorm, the higher the energy density. My interference device has started to be affected, and its range has shrunk by 0.6 meters. My previous calculations showed that if we continue for another 5 kilometers, the range of the interference device will be compressed to within 100 meters. This is my set safe range, at which point I will activate the second device. According to calculations, 5 devices are enough for us to complete this journey." The detective, who had reviewed their action plan, added. 5 devices are also the limit we can use, Akahan added. When the energy interference device operates, it also releases a certain amount of energy. The energy from different machines would interfere with each other. 5 is the result of balance. "I understand," Ning Lu said. "Keep moving forward." The second device was deployed, initially placed 950 meters from the first. The team moved accordingly, reforming their formation centered on the midpoint of the line connecting the 2 machines. Just as the team was about to move forward, Ning Lu suddenly shouted loudly in the communication channel. "Malina, prepare for impact." The biologist immediately spread her spirituality, and the vines grew wildly. A giant armored transport vehicle, falling from the sky, crashed heavily onto the vines. The vines rustled and trembled, only stopping after dozens of seconds. The biologist had a thought, and dozens of vines extended from the top of the main vines, gripping the transport vehicle like ropes and flinging it aside. The biologist's face turned pale. The consumption of her spirituality forced her to reduce the coverage area, and the vines, like venomous snakes returning to their nest, shrank to within a 100-meter radius. "There's more." Ning Lu's eyes flashed. He knew that the Volian sandstorm vortex would sweep approaching tanks and giant armored transport vehicles into the air. Proceeding based on experience was not entirely safe. Fluctuations in warp energy could trigger storms. He had keenly sensed that armored transport vehicles, one after another, were falling towards them from the sky as the dust dissipated, clearly a convoy. Several flight trajectories flashed through the Gene Seed Primarch's mind. 2 armored transport vehicles were crashing towards the team, and another was even heading towards the energy interference device in front. "Open the vines, Freddy." The Black Wolf followed Ning Lu, running quickly, and instantly arrived in front of the vines. The biologist opened a doorway for them. The Gene Seed Primarch flapped his wings and appeared above the energy interference device. He swung his left arm, and his power fist struck the giant armored vehicle. The armored vehicle was smashed into a pile of crumpled scrap metal, flying dozens of meters and landing on the ground. The Black Wolf shook his legs and leapt into the air. He raised his claws and pushed hard. 2 giant armored vehicles were successively knocked away by him, crashing into the sea of sand. The Black Wolf looked at his master. Ning Lu had already smashed the other falling vehicles into scrap metal, which lay in the distance. After clearing the obstacles, the Black Wolf returned to the vines with his master, walking past John with his head held high. The team continued to advance. After the third energy interference device was released, the stable triangular structure allowed them to proceed smoothly for 5 days. On the 10th day, all 5 devices had been released but were already suppressed within a 100-meter safe range. Akahan's voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. "Lord Ning Lu, everyone. I made a mistake." Akahan admitted his error bitterly for the first time in his life. "According to the data pad, we should have completed the journey and reached the center of the sandstorm." Arsena's expression changed upon hearing this. He immediately snatched the data pad and examined the data. He saw that in the bottom right corner, the black dot representing their unknown location had reached the green dot at the center of the yellow circle. The detective's brain spun rapidly, and after a moment, he thought of a possibility. The energy interference device cannot completely eliminate chaotic energy. The distance we have traveled, and the distance recorded by the sensors, are not the actual distances. Light and shadow flickered in the Gene Seed Primarch's eyes. He looked around through the vines. In the Baron of Corruption's vision, the lines of rules were also chaotically entangled. In his warped vision, faint smoke swirled around him. Ning Lu pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Akahan's machines are not entirely useless, we have completed most of the journey. However, the closer we get to the Void Claw, the weaker the device's effect. Furthermore, the Void Claw can twist space-time and superimpose warp energy interference, which is why we have the current result. This is my fault, I didn't consider this change," the proud Akahan said self-reproachfully. We haven't always been walking in a straight line. My action plan also had flaws, Arsena added. No matter, I have a solution. Ning Lu did not attribute the failure to Akahan. He hadn't even noticed the slight deviation, which meant the deviation was quite small. He believed that after exiting the sandstorm vortex and exploring several times, Akahan would be able to correct the error. But Ning Lu did not want to waste any more time. He glanced at the divination dice. It will probably be fully charged in about 1 day. Without being able to confirm the extent of the deviation, only the divination dice could find a path through the sandstorm. Just as Ning Lu was about to find a place to wait, a voice sounded in his mind. Master, I think I can find the Fortress of Vigilance. Ning Lu heard this and looked at the Brain Cat. Brain Cat, today is my lucky day. Through the psychic link with John, Ning Lu understood his thoughts in an instant. Today is his lucky day. The Gene Seed Primarch's brain spun rapidly, assessing the feasibility. Brain Cats are naturally more perceptive. The monster grants him super high inspiration, while Robot and Lucky One slightly enhance it. The Lucky One has already begun to exhibit characteristics of the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Although he cannot control his own luck, he can discern the highs and lows within the fluctuating fortune. Thinking this, Ning Lu believed that the Lucky One was indeed very likely to find the way. There's no harm in trying. The divination dice still needs 1 day to fully recharge, and during this day, we cannot act. With this thought, Ning Lu sent a thought pulse through the psychic link. John, then you shall lead the way. He then said to everyone, John told me he can find the Fortress of Vigilance. Everyone exchanged glances, their gazes falling upon the ginger-colored Brain Cat. Arsena Dunn, Thomas, and Malina Scala's Brain Cats also looked at their kin. The black wolf turned its head, looking at John on the other side of its master, its eyes filled with suspicion. As a higher-level life form, his own inspiration couldn't distinguish the sandstorm vortex, so how could the lower-level John possibly discover it? Lord Ning Lu, Akin's face turned pale, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Searching for the doom weapon is a sacred journey, how can we place our hopes on? He struggled to suppress his anger. On your pet. Akin knew that the cat-like creature before him was no ordinary cat. Many Terran nobles kept Brain Cats. While they possessed peculiar abilities, they weren't particularly intelligent and couldn't possibly solve a problem that even he found difficult. Ning Lu's expression remained calm. He still had patience for the talent he wished to recruit. Akin, do you have any other methods? I need time to conduct experiments and correct errors, Akin said confidently. I am confident I can break through the sandstorm vortex within 10 years. Too long, Ning Lu shook his head. 10 years to retrieve the doom weapon was not long for any Mechanicus member. But for him, it was too long, even slower than him searching personally. The flying sand and stones that could easily tear apart ordinary human flesh caused him no harm. I believe him, he will definitely find it. Ning Lu's eyes gleamed. If his pet could find the doom weapon, it would surely shock Akin's mind. As for not finding it, there was no such possibility. He hadn't limited it to the lucky one's lucky day. Even if John couldn't find it, he could simply use the divination dice to scry tomorrow and then inform John via the psychic link. Ning Lu didn't think this would happen. After all, today was John's lucky day. Your command is obeyed, Akin said stiffly, taking a data slate from the monkey on his shoulder and bringing up the command interface. Akin had expected the ginger-colored Brain Cat to carefully discern and survey its surroundings, but to his surprise, it immediately stepped forward, walking towards the original forward direction, to the rear right. Akin watched it, feeling as if a Terran noble's pet was taking a stroll, his face as cold as frost. He heavily tapped on the data slate, adjusting the direction of the 5 energy disruption devices. Akin watched the data flicker in the upper right corner. Along the new route, they had already traveled 1.9 kilometers, but the surrounding data showed no change. If the route is correct, then the range of the disruptor's influence should decrease. Indeed, one cannot rely on pets. Lord Ning Lu's Brain Cat is just a brain cat after all. It's just a waste of time. Aachen said nothing more, not entirely out of deference to the Genseed Primarch. Although he had met Lord Ning Lu daily for a year, and through their interactions, he considered Lord Ning Lu the foremost among Primarchs, he never held back due to who the other person was. Even when facing the Omniscia himself, or the Emperor, it was the same. It was only because the outcome was still undecided that he remained silent. He waited for the brain cat to fail to find it, which Aachen considered an inevitable outcome. As Aachen pondered, the number jumped to 5.2 kilometers. Aachen's eyes widened, fixated on the data slate. He murmured, "How is this possible?" Arsena and Malina immediately crowded over. They had long anticipated this. They had already guessed that the brain cat, empowered by the Black Emperor, could find the way to the Fortress of Vigilance. The energy disruptors, the range of influence, has shrunk, Aachen said in shock. It's only 95 meters left. Aachen looked in astonishment at the ginger-furred brain cat. John felt the gazes from behind him. He could sense the surprise in the eyes of Aachen, the tech priest, several order shadows, and the attendants. He calmly lifted and placed his paws, his stride unchanged. "Today is my lucky day, so of course, I won't take the wrong path." Aachen's gaze shifted between the brain cat and Lord Ning Lu. Is it a coincidence? Perhaps the brain cat randomly picked a direction and was lucky enough to choose correctly. He can't be this lucky all the time. The closer they get to the doom weapon, the greater the spatial distortion, and walking straight will lead them astray. As Aachen pondered, he suddenly saw the brain cat turn and walk towards the 11 o'clock direction relative to their forward path. Aachen quickly maneuvered the energy disruptors to turn, then stared intently at the data slate. After 660 meters, the numbers on the data slate changed again. The energy disruptor's range of influence was only 85 meters. At the same time, a tech priest standing at the edge of the vine suddenly felt his body sway, then felt an invisible force strike him. Just as the tech priest was about to be flung away, Thomas flashed to his side. The warlock raised his hand and flung a bottle of bright yellow powder, enveloping his and the tech priest's bodies. The tech priest immediately felt the invisible force applied to him vanish. Having narrowly escaped, he said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, librarian." Aachen's pupils constricted, watching the brain cat gracefully moving forward. It's not a coincidence after all. As the team advanced, the other four devices continuously converged towards the central one. Soon, they were only 20 meters from the central device. The vines also shrank accordingly, blocking the falling dust and sand. Ning Lu had already stepped out of the protected range, leaving space for those who needed it. The dust and sand roared and slapped, then slid to the ground. John's steps slowed. Lucky One had not further enhanced his physical qualities, he had only gained significant physical strengthening during robot. Without the ability to use psychic powers, the final journey was a test. Fortunately, since he began leading the way, he had continuously felt something melting within him. Having experienced similar sensations before, he knew he was about to fully master the power bestowed by his master. The Lucky One would twist its body and change its direction every 3 or so steps. The Genseed Primarch, maintaining a psychic link with the brain cat, knew that he wasn't thinking at all. Every step was taken on a whim. Ning Lu's eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze pierced through the storm, seeing a magnificent structure rising from the ground. The magnificent structure was as large as a dome, an incredibly massive cylindrical building, within which was mounted a dangerous weapon larger than a macro cannon. The others, after advancing another kilometer, only then successively saw the magnificent structure dozens of meters away. Aachen looked in astonishment at the entrance of the Fortress of Vigilance. He saw the brain cat casually tapping on a touch keyboard, actually disarming the ancient fortress's defensive mechanisms, and the gates of the Fortress of Vigilance slowly opened with the sound of hydraulic transmission. He stared in shock at the ginger-colored figure and Lord Ning Lu beside him. My lord is truly favored by the Omniscia, and even his pet is. The brain cat was the first to step into the Fortress of Vigilance. He suddenly felt as if something within him shattered. Having experienced this twice before, he thought to himself. I have become a true, lucky one. The sixth layer of the Nation of Disorder, the idea of corroding gene seed. After entering the Fortress of Vigilance, Akin Land eagerly began researching the Doom weapon from the dark age of technology. Ning Lu's eyes were filled with threads of rules, the energy core shone brightly, and the dim screens of the silver robots, everything around him transformed into threads of rules. He felt as if his body was melting like sugar cubes into coffee, becoming inseparable. A few breaths later, the dense threads of rules disappeared, and Ning Lu felt his Beyander power becoming more active. Combining his past digestion experiences, he quickly determined his digestion progress. Approximately 3/5, more than the expected half. Ning Lu's gaze swept over everyone. After the long journey, they all looked a bit tired. You may rest. Afterward, he left the Jushin spear on the ground and walked out of the Fortress of Vigilance. The black wolf strode with light steps, while the brain cat struggled to keep up. You two stay. Ning Lu walked out of the Fortress of Vigilance, avoiding everyone's sight in the sandstorm, and arrived at the Nation of Disorder. Just as he was about to order the space monkeys to prepare the potion, he suddenly felt a change in the Nation of Disorder. Having advanced to the mid-sequence, his control over the Nation of Disorder had strengthened, and he immediately sensed that another layer of space's mist had been unveiled. With a thought, he arrived at the sixth layer of space. The entire space was empty, devoid even of black mist, yet Ning Lu instantly understood the ability of this layer of space. It was still corrosion, but the target was no longer people, it had expanded to a new domain. Ning Lu's eyes were deep, his brain spun rapidly, and a myriad of ingenious ideas flashed through his mind. Corroding items, letting them circulate in the world, indirectly corrupting others for his own use. Corroding spiritual sculptures, then using the connection of the fourth layer of space to bring the statues to life. One thought after another flashed through his mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Perhaps, its greatest use is to corrode the gene seed of other legions. I can first corrode the apothecary, then have him offer me gene seed, and then corrode it. Ning Lu's thoughts followed the inspiration he had caught, continuing to ponder. If after the grand birthday celebration, the Empire levies a gene seed tax on various Astartes chapters as I remember, I can also corrode the inspectors, thereby reaching various chapters. Whether this batch of gene seed is used to rebuild chapters when they suffer heavy losses, or to establish new chapters, it will be influenced by me. Over time, wouldn't it be possible to infiltrate, and even control, many chapters? With new ideas, Ning Lu's thoughts continued to diverge. This also facilitates actions after the Primaris research is successful. He anticipated that after obtaining the Primordial One's mother template, corroding and cultivating Dora Cole into a Beyander, aided by Beyonders from the Mother, Paragon, and Moon Pathways, combined with the Space Dwarf cloning weave technology he mastered and Gardinal's bio-casts, he would develop the Primaris version much sooner. At that time, it would certainly be noticed quickly by various Imperial factions. Sudden and massive changes in physique would be difficult to explain by conventional means. Ning Lu did not want other factions to possess Primaris, even though he could exert some influence on them while corroding. Astartes culture often led them to repay help received, but this was still not enough. If he could corrode gene seed, sending Primaris as a delivery would be a wise move. Ning Lu reined in his thoughts and began to consider the feasibility of the corroding gene seed plan. Corrosion does not act on the genetic field, but on the supernatural mystical field. Hather Mayat has been corroded for a long time, yet no abnormality has been detected. The corroding gene seed plan has a high probability of success. I'll try it first with the gene seed of my own offspring. After corroding it, I'll have Mikkel test for any abnormalities. Thinking of this, Ning Lu's mind stirred, and he arrived at the first layer of the Nation of Disorder. He ordered the space monkeys to prepare the Savant potion, and then to prepare the Calamity Priest potion using ingredients like the Disaster Mantis. The space monkeys moved swiftly. While waiting, Ning Lu's gaze deepened, first looking at the shadowy side, then penetrating the 6 layers of space, gazing into the depths of the nation of disorder. After advancing to Baron of Corruption, I have already opened 2 layers of space. Complete digestion should open another layer of space. From 1 layer per sequence at the very beginning, to 2 layers later, and now 3 layers. As my sequence increases, I open more and more layers of space. Ning Lu also thought about how corrosion could make Hather Mayat loyal to him and also influence objects. Comparing this with the connection of the 4th layer of space and the simple storage of his 1st layer, he couldn't help but sigh. The abilities of the Nation of Disorder's spaces are becoming more and more wondrous. Corrosion has leveraged more of the Saphira's power. He gazed into the depths of the Nation of Disorder, hoping. I wonder if any layer of space will be able to leverage the power of resurrection before I advance to Black Emperor. The Black Emperor has the strongest resurrection ability among all Sequence 0s. While Ning Lu pondered, the space monkeys had already prepared 2 potions. He then returned to the real world, walked into the Fortress of Vigilance, and handed the black potion to John. Your reward. The brain cat's dark eyes intently watched the potion, extending a paw covered in ginger yellow fur, and eagerly brought it to its mouth. John's eyes were immediately filled with dust, and the sound of howling wind echoed in his ears. For the next dozen seconds, he was first enveloped by the fiery lava flow of a volcanic eruption, then swept away by a surging tsunami. The brain cat's ginger yellow fur instantly turned black, emitting an eerie and dangerous glow. Seeing the brain cat losing control due to fear of calamity, Ning Lu soothed him through their mind link. Don't be afraid. You can foresee calamities and prepare in advance. In John's mind, his master's gentle yet powerful voice resounded. His fear receded, he let himself enter a robot state. That's right, I can foresee calamities, I can prepare in advance. I also have my master, no one can harm me. The brain cat's fur returned to ginger yellow. He reigned in the overflowing power of the potion, advancing to a Sequence 6 Beander. John, having survived the ordeal, looked at his master with gratitude. But the next instant, the Calamity Priest, who had been steadily lying on the ground, suddenly rolled to the side. A steel pipe, an arm's length long, fell from the sky, landing exactly where he had just been. John snarled angrily, looking up at the servitor on the railing. Seeing no reaction from the servitor, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, looking at Ning Lu with a hint of grievance in his black eyes. Through the mind link, Ning Lu perceived John's thoughts. Today was supposed to be my lucky day. Ning Lu was amused by him. After stroking his fur, he began to walk upstairs. He found Aachen in the data storage room. The data storage room had 52 shelves, numbered A to Z, filled with data slates, and a cabinet full of data crystals. Aachen, your contribution on this journey is not small. This is your reward, the proud Aachen said with a look of shame. No, my lord, I made an error in my calculations. Ning Lu shook his head slightly. The energy interference device you created was the foundation for us to get here. Moreover, it will allow you to review these materials more quickly. I need you to find a way to dismantle the Void Claw and safely place it on the Worthy Shadow. Aachen curiously examined the potion in Lord Ning Lu's hand. What? It can help me review these materials. And stimulant. That wouldn't be very useful to me. Seeing that Lord Ning Lu had no intention of explaining, Aachen suppressed his curiosity and took the potion. In that case, Lord Ning Lu, I shall accept it with shame. He tilted his head back and drank it. The next moment, an explosion of information occurred in his mind. Aachen, who had mastered over 50 languages by the age of 5 and had always been ostracized, gained his current knowledge entirely through reading. Now, all the books and data slate information he had ever read flashed through his mind in a torrent of information. After a long 3 minutes, which was the longest pause in Aachen's life, the new savant took a deep breath and recovered. He looked at Lord Ning Lu in astonishment, thinking to himself, 1 potion, and it allowed me to awaken and understand all my memories. Lord Ning Lu knew there was a doom weapon in the Vigilance star system, and his brain cat found it. Only an Omniscia could do that. Aachen's gaze became fervent. I once thought the Emperor was the Omniscia. No, I was wrong. Lord Ning Lu is the true Omniscia. Praise the Omniscia. Praise my Lord. Thank you for your bestowal. Ning Lu saw the completely corroded Akan, diligently working in the data storage room, with a smile on his face, feeling as if he had completed a collection. Great Crusade, Mechanicus's 3 Paragons, High Sage Lien Ramirez, Sage Akan Land, and Tech Priest Malavalis have all become my loyal followers. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.